Have you ever stood at a trailhead, looked into the deep, silent woods, and felt a shiver run down your spine? A feeling that you're standing on the edge of something ancient, vast, and indifferent. Our national parks are America's treasures. We go there to find ourselves, to connect with nature, to feel the thrill of adventure. But every year, for a handful of people, that adventure takes a turn into the unknown. They walk past a sign, take a fork in the trail, or step off the path for just a moment, and are never seen again. This isn't just about getting lost. This is about disappearing, leaving behind a car in a parking lot, a half-eaten lunch, and a mystery that baffles search parties and haunts investigators for years. Today, we're examining the cases that defy explanation, the stories that whisper through the trees. This is Missing in the Mountains. True stories of disappearances in national parks. Let's step into the wild. My name is Trevor Grant. It's a name I sometimes have to say to myself in the quiet of the night. A reminder of the man I was before the mountain, before the wind and the white, before the rope went slack. For 20 years, I've been a man defined not by what I've accomplished, but by what I survived and what I lost. My climbing partner was Eric Lewis. To simply call him a partner is a disservice. It's a sterile, inadequate word for the bond forged between people who routinely place their lives in each other's hands. Eric was the kind of man you'd build a world with. He was a structural engineer by trade, and he approached everything, from a suspension bridge blueprint to a climbing route up a sheer rock face, with the same meticulous, analytical calm. He saw the world as a series of problems to be solved, of forces to be calculated and balanced. He was shorter than me, compact and wary, with a quiet strength that was deceptive. While other climbers might rely on brute force, Eric relied on technique, on the elegant geometry of movement. He never wasted an ounce of energy. We had met 5 years prior at a climbing gym in Seattle. I was the more impulsive one, drawn to the raw adrenaline of the sport. He was the strategist. He taught me patience, how to read the mountain, how to listen to what the ice and rock were telling you. In return, I think I helped him to occasionally let go, to trust the instinct that complements calculation. We were a perfect team. He was the anchor, and I was the push. He had a wife, Sarah, and a young daughter, Maya. He wasn't a daredevil. He was the safest climber I knew. He climbed not to conquer the mountain, but to understand it, to be a temporary guest in its vast, silent kingdom. The third member of our team for this particular ascent was Don Carpenter. Don was a veteran, a man in his late 50s whose face was a roadmap of high-altitude sun and wind. He'd summited peaks on 4 continents and had a collection of stories that could fill a library. He was our seasoned guide, the steady hand we wanted for a challenge like Mount Rainier. His presence was reassuring, a walking, talking insurance policy against the mountain's unpredictable moods. Our objective was the summit of Mount Rainier via the Disappointment Cleaver Route. It's a classic, challenging climb, a serious undertaking that demands respect, skill, and a healthy dose of luck with the weather. We had spent months planning. We studied topographical maps until we had memorized every crevasse field, every steep couloir. We meticulously checked our gear, ice axes honed to a razor's edge, crampons sharpened, ropes inspected inch by inch, carabiners and ice screws tested and re-tested. Eric, in his typical fashion, had created a multi-page spreadsheet detailing our ascent plan, with timings, contingency routes, and weather thresholds. The forecast for our summit window was perfect clear skies, low winds, stable conditions. The mountain, it seemed, was ready to welcome us. The first 2 days of the climb were glorious, almost deceptively so. We moved from paradise up to Camp Muir, the air growing thinner, colder, cleaner. The world below shrank into a tapestry of green forests and blue water. Up here, the rules were different. The concerns of daily life, bills, traffic, deadlines, evaporated in the crystalline air. There was only the crunch of our boots on the snow, the rhythm of our breathing, and the colossal, silent presence of the mountain around us. Don would point out distant peaks, naming them like old friends. Eric would occasionally stop, not to rest, but to simply look, a small smile on his face as he absorbed the sheer scale of it all. On the evening before our summit push, we were huddled in our tent at Ingraham Flats. The setting sun painted the snowfields in hues of orange and pink. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a profound, almost spiritual calm that settled at the high camp. "She's in a good mood tonight," Don said, sipping hot tea from a metal cup. "Let's hope she stays that way." Eric was making a final check of his harness and the rope. "The forecast is holding steady. Barometric pressure is stable. We move at 1 a.m., should be on the summit by sunrise." His voice was confident, matter of fact. It was just another problem, and he had the solution. We set out in the deep, pre-dawn cold. The world was a monochrome landscape of snow and shadow, illuminated only by the focused beams of our headlamps. We were roped together, a single organism moving across the vast, sleeping face of the glacier. I was in the lead, setting the pace. Don was behind me, his experience a comforting presence. Eric, solid and dependable as always, brought up the rear. The rope connected us, a physical manifestation of our trust. My movement determined the slack for Don, Don's for Eric. We were 3 lives, bound by 30 meters of woven nylon. For hours, the only sounds were the scrape of our ice axes, the bite of our crampons, and the whisper of the wind. We navigated the truest crevasse fields of the Ingraham Glacier, vast, hidden chasms bridged by fragile spans of snow. We moved with focused intensity, each step deliberate, each placement of our tools precise. It was as we were ascending the cleaver itself that the first sign of trouble appeared. The wind, which had been a gentle murmur, began to pick up a new, more menacing tone. It wasn't the gradual increase we had prepared for. It was a sudden, palpable shift. The temperature dropped noticeably. I glanced back. Don's face, illuminated in the glow of my headlamp, was tight with concern. I couldn't see Eric clearly behind him, just the bobbing light of his lamp. "Weather's turning faster than they said," Don yelled over the rising wind. "We'll need to pick up the pace or think about turning back." But the mountain had already made the decision for us. Within 15 minutes, the world dissolved. A whiteout hit us not like a fog rolling in, but like a switch being flipped. One moment, we could see the rock outcroppings 100 feet ahead. The next, my own feet were faint smudges at the edge of my vision. The sky, the snow, the air, it all merged into a single, disorienting vortex of swirling white. The wind wasn't just screaming now. It was a physical, battering force that stole the breath from your lungs and tried to rip you from your footing. Visibility dropped to absolute zero. I couldn't see Don, who was only a few meters behind me. The rope was our only connection, our only proof that we were not alone in that maelstrom. We followed protocol, bunching closer together. shouting to be heard over the gale. My world shrank to the few feet of terrain my headlamp could penetrate, and the reassuring tension in the rope at my waist. It was terrifying, but it was a known terror. It was a situation we had trained for. We were moving slowly, painstakingly, across a steep, exposed slope. Every step was a battle against the wind. I yelled back, "Hiver, on okay." I felt 2 tugs on the rope, the signal from Don that he was okay. And he would have gotten the same from Eric. Good. We just had to keep moving, keep fighting. Then it happened. It wasn't a violent jerk or a sudden pull. It was the opposite. I felt a change in the tension of the rope connecting me to Don, and through him, to Eric. It was a subtle shift, a loosening, a sudden, sickening slackness. It was a feeling every climber dreads, a feeling that makes your blood run cold. It meant something was wrong at the back of the line. "Hold!" I screamed, digging my ice axe deep into the slope. I turned, peering into the blinding chaos. "Don, what's happening?" Don was already turning, his movements frantic.
I don't know.
The rope, it's light. Together, we started reeling in the rope, pulling it up from the abyss behind Don. The wind whipped it around, but it came in far too easily. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum beat against the symphony of the storm. Hand over hand, we pulled, expecting at any moment to feel the weight of a fallen man. But it never came. Finally, the end of the rope appeared out of the swirling snow. It was there, dangling in Don's gloved hand. A perfectly tied figure, 8 followed through knot, the one Eric had meticulously fashioned to attach his harness to the line. But his locking carabiner, the metal link that embodied our pact of safety, was gone. He had unclipped himself. It made no sense. It was a complete negation of every rule, every instinct, every piece of training. To unclip from the rope in a total whiteout, on a 45-degree slope at over 12,000 feet, it wasn't just a mistake, it was suicide. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. We just stood there, anchored to the unforgiving ice, the empty rope a dead thing in Don's hand. The wind howled around us, a physical manifestation of the screaming void that had just opened in my mind. Suicide. The word was a poison, instantly infecting every thought. But it was a faulty diagnosis, a conclusion so at odds with the man we knew that it simply refused to compute. No. I finally choked out, the word torn from my throat by the wind. No, he wouldn't.
"Trevor, the knot is here! The carabiner is gone!"
Don yelled back, his voice strained with a mixture of terror and disbelief. He held up the rope end as if it were an alien object. "There's no other explanation." But there had to be. Eric Lewis, the man who checked his knots, who lectured me on the precise torque for an ice screw, who carried a laminated checklist in his pocket for every stage of a climb. That man did not simply unclip himself in the middle of a blizzard. It was like saying a grandmaster chess player had forgotten how the pieces move. It was an impossibility. Hypoxia, maybe. Disorientation from the storm. Could the altitude and the sheer sensory deprivation have caused him to snap? My mind raced, desperately searching for a rational foothold in the swirling chaos.
"Here, Ikes!"
I bellowed, turning my face into the storm, the ice crystals stinging my skin like 1,000 needles. "Ear ice, can yo ushiar me?" The wind was my only answer. It was a deafening, mocking roar that seemed to swallow my voice whole, leaving only a raw, useless burn in my throat. Don joined in, his deeper voice adding a desperate harmony to my own. We screamed his name over and over, a frantic litany against the storm. We yelled until our voices were shredded, until we were gasping for air in the thin, violent atmosphere. Nothing. Only the white noise of the tempest. "We have to look for him," I said, my voice cracking. "He could have fallen. He might be injured just below us." Don looked at me, and in the faint, diffused light of our headlamps, I could see the grim reality in his eyes. He was the veteran, the pragmatist. He knew what I refused to accept. "Trevor, in this, we can't see 5 feet. We move from this spot, and we'll be lost too. Or we'll walk right off a cliff." "We can't just leave him," I pleaded, the words sounding childish and naive even to my own ears. "We're not," Don said, his tone hardening, taking command. "We'll give it a few minutes. We'll search the immediate area, but we stay roped. I'll anchor us. We do not separate." He was right. Of course, he was right. Panic was a luxury we couldn't afford. Survival depended on discipline. With painstaking slowness, Don drove a picket deep into the snowpack, creating a solid anchor. We checked our own knots, a grim, ironic parody of the safety rituals Eric had instilled in us. Then, tethered together, we began to search. It was the most terrifying and hopeless task I have ever undertaken. We moved in a tight circle, stamping our feet, probing with our ice axes, peering into a world that had no dimensions, no up or down, only the blinding, suffocating whiteness. Every shadow cast by our headlamps became a potential shape, a fallen body. Every gust of wind carried the ghost of a voice. The cold was no longer just a physical sensation. It was a malevolent presence, seeping through my layers of clothing, through my skin, and into my bones. And it was then that another feeling began to creep in, something more insidious than the cold or the fear of being lost. The mountain no longer felt empty. The storm no longer felt like a random act of nature. In that swirling vortex of snow and wind, I felt a distinct and chilling sensation of being watched. It was a primal, animal instinct, the kind that raises the hair on the back of your neck. I kept glancing over my shoulder, into the impenetrable wall of white behind me, half expecting to see a pair of eyes staring back. "Did you hear that?" I yelled to Don. "Hear what?" "I can't hear anything but this damn wind." I shook my head, trying to clear it. It was nothing, just the altitude playing tricks on my mind. The strain, the fear. But the feeling persisted, a silent hum of dread beneath the roar of the storm. And then a memory flickered. A broken fragment of an image from just before the whiteout had consumed us completely. I had glanced back, checking on the team. I saw Don's form, and behind him, Eric's. But was it Eric? The memory was hazy, distorted by the swirling snow. There was something off. The shape behind Don seemed wrong. Taller, perhaps. Thinner. It was a fleeting impression, dismissed as a trick of the light at the time. Now, in this maelstrom of fear, it returned with chilling clarity. "Don, we have to go," I said, my voice trembling. The search was no longer about finding Eric. It was about escaping something else. Don didn't need convincing. We had found nothing. No track, no sign, no sound. The logical conclusion was as unavoidable as it was horrifying. Eric had unclipped and stepped away, and the mountain had swallowed him instantly. To stay any longer was to risk joining him. The retreat was a nightmare. The descent, which should have been easier than the climb, became an exercise in pure terror. We were no longer a team of 3 moving with fluid confidence. We were 2 survivors, battered and disoriented, fleeing for our lives. The wind was a constant physical assault. We had to navigate by memory and instinct. Don's experience our only compass in the featureless void. Every step was a gamble. Was there solid ground beneath the snow, or a 1,000-foot drop into a crevasse? The guilt was a crushing weight, heavier than my pack, colder than the wind. With every downward step, we were moving farther away from him. We were abandoning our friend, our partner. We were leaving him to the mountain. The image of his wife, Sarah, and his daughter, Maya, flashed in my mind. What would we tell them? How could we possibly explain this? The official report would read, accidental death. He became disoriented, unclipped by mistake, and was lost in the storm. It was a neat, plausible story. But as we stumbled down the mountain, that fragmented memory began to sharpen in my mind. The thing behind Don, it wasn't a trick of the light. It was tall and unnaturally pale, a stark white against the swirling gray, white of the snow. I remember a sense of movement, a slow, deliberate extension, like an arm reaching out. It was reaching for Eric's harness. The cold dread that washed over me was absolute. It froze the guilt and the grief in my veins, and replaced it with a new, more profound horror. He didn't unclip to die. He didn't make a mistake. He didn't suffer from hypoxia. He saw it too. He was the last man on the rope, the rear guard. He saw it coming for us. And in that split second, with the storm as cover, the meticulous, analytical engineer made a calculated decision. He saw a problem that couldn't be solved with an ice axe or a safety line. He saw a force that couldn't be balanced. So he removed himself from the equation. He cut the line. He sacrificed himself to break the chain, to keep that thing from reaching Dawn, and then me. He didn't unclip to die. He unclipped to save us. By the time we staggered back into the relative shelter of our camp at Ingraham Flats, I was shaking uncontrollably, and it wasn't from the cold. The tent, once a symbol of safety and camaraderie, now felt like a tomb. Eric's sleeping bag lay empty, a silent, devastating accusation. We collapsed inside, the silence between us and heavier than the mountain itself. We had survived, but we had come back wrong. We had come back incomplete. Don finally broke the silence, his voice a raw whisper. We'll report it to the rangers at Muir. They'll launch a search and recovery when the weather breaks. I just nodded, unable to speak. A search for what? They wouldn't find a body. They would find nothing, because nothing is what it wanted. I looked out through the tent flap at the unending, hostile white. They say no one conquers a mountain. You are merely a guest, and sometimes the host decides you've overstayed your welcome. But we hadn't been guests. We had been intruders, and something had come to escort one of us out. The rest of that night in the tent at Ingraham Flats was a unique form of torture. The wind continued its assault on our fragile shelter, a constant, violent reminder of the chaos just inches away. Sleep was an impossible luxury. Dawn eventually drifted into a fitful, exhausted slumber, but I lay awake, staring into the darkness, my mind a battlefield. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every shadow thrown by the moon through the thin nylon seemed to coalesce into a tall, pale form. The truth I had stumbled upon was a heavier burden than any pack I had ever carried. It was a poison for which there was no antidote. I never spoke a word of it to Dawn. How could I? As we packed our gear in the grim, gray light of morning, the storm having finally exhausted itself, I saw the deep lines of grief and fatigue etched on his face. He was processing a tragedy. I was processing a horror. He was mourning a friend lost to the unforgiving, but indifferent forces of nature. I was grappling with the knowledge that we hunted by something malevolent and intelligent. To tell him what I believed I saw wounded like madness, the ramblings of a mind broken by trauma and altitude. It would have been a cruelty, an insult to his rational grief. So I buried it deep inside, a shard of ice in my own heart. The descent from the high camp was surreal. The world was pristine and silent, freshly blanketed in snow. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue. The beauty was obscene. It felt like a mask, a beautiful facade hiding a monstrous reality. Every rock formation, every deep blue crevasse, every shadow seemed to hold a sinister potential. The mountain wasn't just a geological feature anymore. It was a lair. It felt watchful. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning the ridges above us, my body thrumming with a primal fear that had not subsided with the storm. We moved in silence, the only sounds being the crunch of our boots and our own ragged breathing. The rope that now connected only the two of us felt like a chain, binding us to a shared, unspeakable memory. Reporting Eric's disappearance to the climbing rangers at Camp Muir was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. We sat in a small, wood-paneled office, the air thick with the smell of coffee and grim professionalism. We recounted the official story, the one we had tacitly agreed upon without ever speaking it. The sudden whiteout, the loss of visibility, the slack rope, the missing carabiner. We suggested he must have become disoriented, perhaps fumbling with his gear due to the cold, and unclipped by mistake before stumbling away into the storm. It was a plausible, tragic narrative. The head ranger, a man with kind eyes that had seen too much, listened patiently, nodding. He asked questions, but they were gentle, procedural. He had heard variations of this story 100 times. Rainier takes people. It's a known, accepted risk. Well, mount a search as soon as it's safe, he said, his voice full of a wary compassion that offered no comfort. We'll do everything we can. I just nodded, my throat too tight to speak. A search for what? They were looking for a body, a piece of gear, a clue. They were operating in a world of logic and physics. They weren't looking for a ghost made of snow and malice. They wouldn't find him. The thing that took him wouldn't leave evidence. It wouldn't leave a body. It would just leave a void. The search lasted for 4 days. Helicopters scanned the glaciers from above. Teams of skilled climbers scoured the route, probing crevasses, examining every possible fall line from our last known position. They found nothing. Not a single footprint. Not a torn piece of fabric. Not a dropped glove. Not the missing carabiner. It was as if Eric Lewis had been erased from existence. The official report concluded that he was presumed deceased. His body likely buried deep within a crevasse, lost forever to the mountain. The final descent to the world of paved roads and green trees felt like returning from another planet. But the hardest part was yet to come. It fell to me to tell Sarah. I sat in her living room, a place I had been for barbecues and birthday parties. A place filled with photos of Eric smiling, of him holding his daughter, Maya, on his shoulders. The air was thick with a grief so profound it was almost impossible to breathe. I told her the lie. I told her the official story, my voice hollow, my eyes fixed on a spot on the floor. I told her it was fast, that he wouldn't have suffered. I told her he was a hero, a great climber, and that it was a tragic accident. Every word felt like a betrayal. A betrayal of Eric, who had sacrificed himself for a truth I was now concealing. And a betrayal of Sarah, to whom I was feeding a sanitized, digestible version of her husband's death, because the real version was unthinkable. She cried, and I sat there, a hollowed-out man, unable to offer any real comfort because the truth I held was a thing of pure terror. I never climbed again. The very thought of being in those high, empty places filled me with a dread that was bone deep. My gear sits in a trunk in my basement, collecting dust like ancient relics. Don retired a year later. We exchanged a few awkward phone calls, but we never saw each other again. There was nothing to say. The chasm that had opened on that mountain was between us now, too. We were the only two members of a club neither of us ever wanted to join. It has been 20 years. I am married now, with children of my own. I live a quiet life, but the mountain never left me. Sometimes, on cold, clear nights, I wake up in a sweat, my heart pounding. The dream is always the same. I am on the rope, the wind is screaming, and I feel the sudden, awful slackness. I turn, and I see it. Through the swirling snow, I see that tall, pale, featureless thing. It's not reaching for Eric's harness anymore. It's reaching for me. I know why Eric unclipped. He was an engineer. He saw an unsolvable problem and created the only possible solution. He severed the connection. He became a firewall. He didn't fall. He was taken. He didn't die in an accident. He was a sacrifice. He unclipped not to die, but to ensure that whatever was following us on that rope, whatever hunted in that storm, would have its prize and go no further. He unclipped to save us. And I am left to live with the terrible, secret knowledge of what truly lies waiting in the high, silent places of the world, just beyond the edge of what we are willing to see. My name is Dr. Eris Thorne. This is not a title I use to impress, but rather to establish a baseline of credibility. In my field, credibility is everything. I am a dendrochronologist, a scientist who studies the past through the language of trees. Their rings tell stories of drought fire, and flood with an honesty that human history often lacks. My life is one of data, of measurable evidence, of logical conclusions drawn from the careful observation of the natural world. It is a world of comforting, predictable patterns. My brother, Marcus, exists in a different world entirely. He is a historian, a very good one, but his passion lies not in documented facts, but in the whispers and shadows that linger between the lines of history. He chases ghosts. He sees portent in cold spots and meaning in the static of an EVP recording. Our conversations are a familiar dance of loving exasperation. He speaks of spectral energy, and I speak of atmospheric pressure. He talks of ancient curses, and I talk of soil composition. I love him dearly. But I have always maintained that his chosen field is little more than romantic folklore, a way to make the unknown feel less empty. I have never once believed in his ghosts. I tell you this so you understand that I am not a man given to flights of fancy. What I am about to recount is not a ghost story. It is far, far worse. My journey to the Santa Fe National Forest began with a monograph. A dry, academic paper forwarded to me by a colleague at the University of New Mexico. The paper detailed a series of anomalous timber formations discovered by forestry surveyors in remote, almost inaccessible parts of the park. The official explanation, appended with a sigh of bureaucratic wariness, was unusual wind throw events, or perhaps seismic-induced timber collapse. The author of the monograph, a fellow scientist I respected, dismissed these theories outright, and after seeing the preliminary photographs, so did I. Wind does not weave. Earthquakes do not build. The images showed massive, conical structures, some reaching heights of 20 to 30 feet, constructed from the trunks of fallen trees. They were perfectly symmetrical, with a geometric precision that defied any natural explanation. The logs, some of them colossal timbers, weighing several tons, were interlocked, woven together in a complex, overlapping pattern that suggested not chaos, but intention. There were no tool marks, no signs of heavy machinery, no footprints, nothing. They simply appeared. Overnight, in some cases. The local rangers were baffled, the scientific community intrigued but dismissive. To me, it was an irresistible puzzle, a phenomenon that demanded a logical, scientific explanation. I packed my core samplers, my measuring equipment, and my unwavering skepticism, and flew to New Mexico. The first week was dedicated to logistics. The forest is a vast, untamed wilderness, and the locations of the structures were far from any established trail. I hired a local guide, a taciturn man named Elias, to get me to the first site. The hike was arduous, a 2-day trek into the deep green silence of the high country. The air grew thin and crisp, and the only sounds were the crunch of our boots on pine needles and the occasional cry of a hawk, circling in the endless blue sky. Elias spoke little, but his eyes were constantly scanning the trees, and I had the sense he was not entirely comfortable being there. On the second day, he stopped abruptly. "This is it," he said, his voice low. "The first one, just beyond that ridge." He would go no further. He said he would make camp and wait for me. No amount of extra pay could convince him to accompany me the final few hundred yards. "There's a stillness in these woods now, Doctor," he'd said, looking not at me but through me. An old stillness. It's not right. Dismissing his words as local superstition, I pressed on alone. Cresting the ridge, I saw it. My breath caught in my chest, a reaction that had nothing to do with the altitude. The photograph had not done it justice. It was immense, a perfect cone of gray and brown timber, rising from the forest floor like a titan's forgotten plaything. It was at least 25 feet tall, maybe 40 feet wide at its base. The scale was breathtaking, but it was the construction that truly staggered me. Douglas firs and ponderosa pines, trees that would have taken a team of men with modern equipment days to move, were stacked and interwoven like kindling. The grain of the wood flowed in a spiraling pattern, drawing the eye upward to the cone's sharp apex. It was beautiful, impossible, and deeply unsettling. I spent the next several hours in a flurry of scientific activity, my training taking over. I photographed the structure from every conceivable angle. I took measurements, my tape stretching across the impossibly smooth, curved surfaces. I noted the species of trees, the estimated age of the wood, the lack of any charring or disease. The ground around the cone was a carpet of undisturbed forest detritus. No drag marks. No broken branches on the surrounding living trees. It was as if the dead logs had lifted into the air and assembled themselves. The thought was absurd, so I pushed it away, focusing on the data. I needed a sample. The story of this structure, its age, its origin, was locked inside the wood. I unpacked my Haglöf core sampler, a specialized drill designed to extract a thin, pencil-like cross section from a tree trunk with minimal damage. I selected a large, accessible log near the base of the cone, a massive ponderosa pine that must have been 4 feet in diameter. I set the bore against the rough bark, leaned my weight into it, and began to turn the handle. The steel bit into the dead wood with a satisfying, grinding crunch. That's when I heard the sound. It wasn't a sound from the air around me. It was a sound that I felt in my teeth, in the bones of my skull. A low, resonant hum, like a billion cicadas vibrating in perfect, monotonous unison. I stopped drilling, my head snapping up, searching the silent forest. There was nothing. No insects, no wind, just the profound, listening silence of the woods. I placed my ear against the log I had been drilling. The hum was louder here, a deep, thrumming vibration that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the wood. It was not the sound of insects. It was too uniform, too pure. It was like the sound of a massive electrical transformer, but there was no electricity for 100 miles. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I let go of the sampler and placed my bare palm flat against the timber. And then I felt it. Beneath the hum, beneath the coarse texture of the bark, was something else. A slow, rhythmic, impossibly steady pulse. Thump, thump, thump. It was like a heartbeat. A slow, deep, powerful heartbeat, resonating through the tons of dead wood. I recoiled as if I'd touched a lev wire, scrambling backward and falling onto the pine needles, my mind a frantic scramble of denial. It was impossible. Wood doesn't have a pulse. Dead trees don't have a heartbeat. I tried to rationalize it. Seismic activity. A trick of the acoustics in the strange structure. My own pulse, amplified by adrenaline and echoing back at me. But I knew. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the marrow of my bones that what I had felt was real. These weren't piles of dead wood. They were dormant. They were waiting. I sat there on the forest floor, the core sampler lying forgotten beside me, as the sun began to dip below the jagged peaks. The shadows of the living trees grew long and distorted, stretching like grasping fingers toward the silent, humming cone. The forest no longer felt peaceful. The silence was no longer empty. It was heavy, expectant. And for the first time in my life, I felt the icy touch of a fear that no amount of logic or reason could explain away. All around me, in the deepening gloom of the Santa Fe National Forest, I had the distinct and terrifying feeling that more were being built. And I knew, with a sudden, gut-wrenching certainty, that they would not remain dormant forever. I don't remember grabbing my equipment. I don't remember the frantic, stumbling retreat back over the ridge. My mind was a roaring vacuum, consumed by the two impossible sensations. The deep, resonant hum that vibrated through my bones and the slow, terrifying thump of a heartbeat where no heart could ever be. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my own heart a frantic drum against my ribs, a panicked counterpoint to the slow, ancient pulse I had felt in the wood. When I finally burst back into the clearing where Elias had made camp, I must have been a sight. Wild-eyed, gasping for air, covered in scratches and dirt. Elias was sitting by the fire, sharpening a knife with a whetstone. He looked up as I entered the circle of firelight, and his hand stilled. He showed no surprise, only a deep, wary resignation, as if he had been expecting this all along. "You felt it, didn't you, Doctor?" he asked. His voice was quiet, barely a whisper above the crackle of the flames. I couldn't form the words. I just nodded, my throat tight. I sank onto a log opposite him, the warmth of the fire doing nothing to chase away the profound chill that had settled deep inside me. I wanted to tell him everything. The perfect geometry, the impossible construction, the hum, the pulse. But how could I? How could a doctor, Aris Thorne, a man of science and data, tell this quiet woodsman that a pile of dead trees was alive? He would think I was insane. The forest has a memory, Elias said, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. And it has a hunger. The old people knew. They knew what to leave alone. He didn't ask for details, and I offered none. We sat in a heavy silence for what felt like hours. The familiar sounds of the wilderness, outside our small circle of light now seeming menacing, full of hidden meaning. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of a distant owl sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I felt watched. We both did. The hike back the next day was a blur. I was operating on pure instinct, my thoughts a chaotic loop of denial and terror. Back in the sterile anonymity of my motel room in Santa Fe, surrounded by the mundane comforts of civilization, the experience began to feel like a fever dream. But I couldn't shake the physical memory of it. The vibration in my teeth, the pulse against my palm. After 2 days of pacing my room, unable to eat or sleep, staring at the core sampler that lay on the floor like a relic from a nightmare, I did the one thing I had sworn I would never do. I picked up my phone, my hands shaking, and I called my brother. Marcus answered on the second ring.
Aris!
To what do I owe the honor? Did a tree fall on you and knock some belief in the supernatural into that thick skull of yours? His voice was full of its usual jovial irony. Marcus, I need you to come to Santa Fe, I said, my own voice sounding hollow and strange to my ears. The humor vanished from his tone instantly. What's wrong? You sound terrible. I took a deep breath, the words feeling like stones in my mouth. I've found something in the national forest. Structures, piles of logs, the ones from that monograph, the Windthrow events. It's not wind, Marcus. It's not natural. I hesitated, then forced myself to say it. They're alive. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. I expected a joke, or perhaps a concerned question about my mental state. Instead, what I heard was the soft click of a computer keyboard. Describe them, Marcus said, his voice now devoid of all levity, replaced by a focused intensity that I had rarely heard from him. I described the cone. The impossible weaving of the logs, the lack of tool marks, the undisturbed ground. I described the hum. And then, my voice dropping to a whisper, I described a heartbeat. I explained everything, my scientific vocabulary failing me, leaving only the raw, terrifying truth. I felt like a fool, like a child confessing to seeing a monster in the closet. When I finished, the silence stretched on. Marcus, are you there? I'm booking a flight, he said grimly. I'll be there tomorrow morning. Don't go back into the forest, Aris. Do you hear me? Stay out of the forest. Marcus arrived not with ghost hunting gadgets and an eye. Told you so smirk, but with 2 large duffel bags filled with books, historical maps, and a laptop. He looked older than I remembered, his face etched with a seriousness that sobered me completely. He listened to my story again, without interruption, his eyes never leaving mine. He didn't doubt me for a second. That, more than anything, terrified me. For the next 3 days, our motel room became a research hub, while I tried to analyze the data I had collected. Measurements, photographs, environmental readings, all of which told me nothing. Marcus dove in the digital archives of local libraries, historical societies, and university folklore departments. He cross-referenced old Spanish colonial records with Jicarilla Apache and Puebloan oral histories. He wasn't looking for ghosts. He was looking for a pattern. On the 3rd night, he found it. I think I know what they are, he said, turning his laptop toward me. On the screen was a scanned page from the journal of a 19th century Franciscan missionary. The Spanish was archaic, but Marcus translated. He writes of Churza del Diablo, the devil's huts, structures of wood that appear in the deep forest, built by no human hand. The local tribes, he says, feared them. They believed they were traps or nests. He pulled up another file, a transcribed interview with a Navajo elder from the 1950s. She calls them Yi Naudlushi. In the simplest translation, skinwalkers, but that's not quite right. It's more specific. She talks about ancient spirits of the forest, spirits of hunger. That could take the shape of trees or rocks. They would sleep for generations, but when they woke, they would gather. He finally turned to a modern map of the Santa Fe National Forest. He had marked the locations of the 5 known timber cones. Then, he overlaid it with another set of data points. These, he said, tapping the screen, here are the locations of every reported disappearance in this forest for the last 50 years. Hikers, hunters, even a park ranger. The cases that went cold. Notice anything? I leaned in closer, a cold dread creeping up my spine. Every single disappearance had occurred within a 5-mile radius of one of the cones. The correlation was too perfect to be a coincidence. They're not just waiting heiress, Marcus said, his voice low. They're feeding. We had to go back. I knew it, and he knew it. My scientific curiosity had been replaced by a grim, horrifying need to understand what we were dealing with. We chose a different site, one deeper in, where a hiker had vanished only 3 years prior. Elias refused to take us, so we rented a 4x4 and went on our own. Armed with Marcus's research and a heavy, shared sense of dread. The second cone was smaller than the first, but somehow more menacing. The wood seemed fresher, the bark less weathered. The hum was here, too, a low thrum that felt like a physical presence in the air. We approached cautiously, scanning the ground. And then I saw it. Sticking out from the thick carpet of pine needles, at the base of the structure was a strap of blue nylon. With a stick, I carefully scraped away the detritus. It was a backpack, half buried and rotting from exposure to the elements. Next to it, almost completely covered, was a small black digital camera, its casing cracked but seemingly intact. My hands trembled as I picked it up and switched it on. Miraculously, a red light blinked. It still had power. We huddled together. The humming of the cone a constant pressure in our ears as I scrolled through the photos. The first 24 were what you'd expect. Grinning selfies, majestic mountain vistas, a blurry picture of a deer. Then the tone changed. The pictures became frantic. A shot of the forest canopy, taken from a low angle as if the photographer had fallen. A blurry close-up of interwoven logs. The cone. Another. And another, each one closer and more chaotic. The final image was black. Utter blackness. Wet, Marcus whispered, pointing at the screen. There's an audio file attached to the last photo. It recorded for 5 seconds. My finger hovered over the play button. The hum of the cone seemed to intensify, as if it knew what we were about to hear. I pressed play. It wasn't a human scream. It was worse. It was a wet, tearing, crunching sound, punctuated by a high-pitched, guttural shriek that was simultaneously animalistic and disturbingly intelligent. It was the sound of something being taken apart. As the horrifying sound file ended, another noise ceased with it. The constant, oppressive hum from the cone abruptly stopped. The silence that fell over the clearing was absolute, a sudden void of sound that was more terrifying than the hum had ever been. It was a predatory silence, a listening silence, and we both knew, with chilling certainty, that we had just announced our presence. The silence that replaced the hum was 1,000 times worse. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of the forest, but the silence of a vacuum. A silence pregnant with anticipation and awareness. It was the silence of a predator that has frozen before the pounce. Marcus and I were paralyzed for a moment, our wide eyes reflecting the same raw terror. The digital camera slipped from my trembling hand, landing softly on the carpet of pine needles. "Run," Marcus breathed, a dry rasp that was barely audible. Yet it sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. We needed no further encouragement. The most primal survival instinct had taken complete control. We turned and fled. The forest, which had felt unnerving on our way in, was now a living adversary. Every tree seemed to twist into a monstrous shape. Every long shadow seemed to reach for us. The sound of our own feet crashing through leaves and snapping twigs was deafening, a broadcast of our position to the hunting silence. I didn't dare look back, but I could feel it. I could feel a heavy presence watching from the trees, as if the entire forest had turned its collective gaze upon us. We didn't follow our path back. We ran blindly in the direction we hoped our 4i4 was, branches whipping at our clothes and skin. But the pain was lost in the flood of adrenaline and absolute fear. I could hear Marcus's ragged, panicked gasps beside me. Then we heard the sound again. Not the steady hum, but a fractured, mobile noise. Crack. The sound of a massive limb breaking came from our left, followed by a heavy dragging sound through the undergrowth. It wasn't chasing us. It was flanking us, cutting us off. "This way," I yelled, changing direction abruptly, pulling Marcus's arm. We plunged into a denser thicket, hoping for cover. The sound moved with us, always there. Sometimes behind, sometimes to the side, a horrifying game of cat and mouse. I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of my vision, something huge and dark passing between the trees. It wasn't an animal. It was too large, and it moved with an unnatural, grinding gait. It moved like wood scraping against wood. We reached a small, slick rock creek. I slipped, my body plunging into the shockingly cold water. Marcus hauled me up. "Don't stop!" he screamed, his face a pale mask in the dim light. As we scrambled across the creek and up the opposite bank, the pursuit fell silent once more. This silence was even more terrifying. We huddled behind a large pine, gasping for breath, straining to hear any sign of danger. There was nothing. Just the wind in the treetops and the frantic drumming of my own heart. Did we lose it? I whispered, but I knew the answer before he shook his head. "No," Marcus answered, his voice trembling. "It's not chasing us anymore. It knows where we're going." The thought sent a spear of ice through my spine. It knew about the truck. We spent another hour making our way back, every step fraught with paranoia, expecting something to burst from the shadows at any moment. But when we finally reached the small, empty clearing, our vehicle was still there, untouched. A wave of relief washed over me, but it vanished as I saw the windshield. 3 massive gouges were carved across the glass, deep enough to have fractured the safety glass into a spiderweb of cracks. They weren't claw marks. They were too wide, and tiny splinters of wood were embedded in the grooves, as if 3 colossal, sharpened branches had been dragged across it with immense force. We didn't speak. We scrambled into the truck. Marcus turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered and died. "Come on, Marcus, come on," I chanted, my eyes locked on the dark tree line. He tried again. The engine roared to life. Marcus slammed the truck into reverse, peeling out of the clearing and tearing down the dirt road, leaving the monstrous forest behind us. We didn't slow down until we were back on the pavement, the distant lights of Santa Fe a welcome sight. In the sterile safety of our motel room, we locked the door and drew every curtain. The silence between us was thick with the horrifying reality of what we had experienced. "What is it, Marcus?" I finally asked, breaking the quiet. "This ye now, Lucy," the old woman spoke of. "It's not just a skinwalker, is it?" Marcus shook his head slowly, his eyes fixed on the map on his laptop screen, where 5 red dots marked the locations of the cones. "Not even close," he said. "The lore is more complex. It doesn't speak of men who become animals. It speaks of the spirit of the forest itself. A hungry spirit that has slept in the earth for millennia. When it wakes, it doesn't possess a living thing. It builds its own body, out of wood and stone and earth." He zoomed out on the map. "Those cones aren't just traps or nests, Eris. They're organs. They are the beating hearts of something much, much larger. Something that is reassembling itself all across this forest. And every time it feeds, it gets stronger." The horror of his words made me sink onto the edge of my bed. I thought of the hum, the heartbeat, the hideous shriek from the camera. It all coalesced into a picture too monstrous to comprehend. "So what do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Call the police." "What do we tell them?" "That a tree monster is building itself in the woods." Before Marcus could answer, my cell phone vibrated on the nightstand. The screen read Elias. I answered with a shaking hand. "Dakar." Elias's voice was panicked and breathless. "You have to get out of there. Now." "Elias, what is it?" "Where are you?" "I'm in town. But I just spoke to my cousin. He's a ranger. He said a call came in an hour ago about new structures." My heart stopped. "New structures?" "Yes," Elias replied, his voice cracking with fear. "But they're not deep in the forest anymore. Doctor, this one. It's near the highway, less than 2 miles from the Santa Fe suburbs. And it's not just one. They found 3 of them. And they're humming." I hung up the phone and looked at Marcus. My own terror was reflected on his face. He had heard every word. He turned his laptop back to me, pulling up a recent satellite image of the area. And there, in horrifying high resolution, we could see them. 3 dark spots that hadn't been there yesterday, forming a perfect triangle around the lights of the city. It wasn't just getting stronger. It was spreading. And it wasn't hiding in the forest anymore. It was coming for us. My name is Ben Carter, and for the better part of 2 decades, I've made my living in the sprawling, unforgiving wilderness of Alaska. I'm a hunting guide, a title that sounds a lot more romantic than it is. The reality involves less fireside philosophizing and more navigating the logistical nightmares of getting wealthy, often unprepared. Individuals from the concrete jungles of the lower 48 into the heart of Denali National Park, and back out again with all their limbs and a trophy to hang on their wall. I guide moose hunts, caribou hunts, bear hunts. If it walks on 4 legs and lives in the Alaskan backcountry, I've tracked it. This land is my office, my sanctuary, and my adversary all at once. I've learned its language. The subtle shift in the wind that foretells a blizzard. The specific snap of a twig that says bear, and not deer, the eerie, oppressive silence that falls just before an avalanche lets loose. I've faced down a charging grizzly with nothing but a the 44 Magnum and a prayer. Spent nights huddled in snow caves, with the temperature dropping to 50 below, and pulled more than one client out of a crevasse that would have been their frozen tomb. Fear is a constant companion out here, but it's a familiar, manageable fear. It's the kind of fear that keeps you sharp, keeps you alive. It's a fear of the known, the cold, the predators, the sheer, indifferent power of nature. I thought I knew every shade of fear this land could conjure. I was wrong. My client on this particular trip was a man named Julian Sterling. He was the archetype of the clients I usually get. A tech CEO from California with more money than sense and a desperate need to prove his masculinity by killing something large. He arrived with thousands of dollars in brand, new gear, most of which was impractical for the Alaskan bush, and an attitude that suggested he was conquering the wilderness rather than being granted temporary passage through it. He talked incessantly, filling the profound silence of the mountains with stories of corporate takeovers and stock market victories, as if the ancient peaks were just another boardroom to be dominated. For the first few days, the hunt was frustratingly typical. Sterling was clumsy, loud, and impatient. He complained about the cold, the rations, and the distinct lack of animals presenting themselves for a clean, easy shot. I reminded him, as I always do, that this isn't a zoo. The wild doesn't operate on a schedule. We were tracking a particularly large grizzly I'd been scouting for weeks. A magnificent, silver-tipped beast that I knew would make Sterling's trip. The tracks led us deep into a remote valley, a place far from the usual trails, a basin carved by glaciers millennia ago and walled in by towering, jagged peaks that clawed at the sky. The air was thin and sharp, and the silence was so complete it felt like a physical weight on your eardrums. We were utterly alone. We'd been glassing a ridge for hours, the cold seeping into our bones, when Sterling started getting restless again. "Ben, are you sure about this? Maybe your intel was bad. We haven't seen so much as a squirrel all day." "Patience, Julian," I murmured, my eyes still glued to my binoculars. "The bear is here. He's smart. He knows we're here, too. We just have to be smarter." It was then that we heard it. It wasn't a sound I could easily identify. It wasn't the crack of a rifle, the rumble of a rock slide, or the groan of a glacier. It was a sharp, explosive crack that echoed through the valley, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. It was the sound of something immense breaking. Imagine the thickest, oldest redwood tree you can, a giant that has stood for 1,000 years, and then imagine the sound of its spine snapping in a single, violent instant. That was the sound. It vibrated through the soles of my boots, a deep, resonant shockwave that felt fundamentally wrong. Sterling jumped, his eyes wide with alarm. What in God's name was that? Avalanche. I shook my head, slowly lowering my binoculars. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden, ringing silence. No, wrong sound. Avalanches rumble, they build. That was instantaneous. I motioned for him to stay put and stay quiet. Every instinct in my body, honed by 20 years of survival, was screaming at me. This was a new variable, an unknown threat. I crawled to the edge of the rocky outcrop we were using for cover, my rifle held tight against my chest. I raised my binoculars again, my hands surprisingly steady, and scanned the valley floor, my gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of rock, ice, and stunted alpine trees. My eyes followed the direction of the sound, across the valley to the opposing slope, maybe a mile away. At first, I saw nothing but the familiar landscape. Then I saw the damage. A swath of trees, thick, mature pines, were snapped like twigs. Not pushed over, not uprooted as an avalanche would do, but broken in half, their top sections lying discarded on the snow. The scale was staggering. It would take a fleet of heavy machinery days to do that kind of damage. And then I saw what had done it. It was standing in the center of the clearing it had just made, its back partially to me. My mind struggled to process the image, to fit it into any known category of existence. It was a man, I suppose, in the same way a skyscraper is a building. But it was a man who stood at least 20, maybe 30 feet tall. Its frame was massive, a silhouette of impossible proportions against the white snow. It was cloaked in what looked like a patchwork of thick, heavy animal hides. Bear, moose, caribou, maybe things I couldn't name, stitched together into a crude, functional garment. My breath hitched in my throat. I was frozen, a statue of ice and adrenaline. The thing moved with a slow, deliberate grace that defied its colossal size. It reached down, and with an ease that was terrifying to behold, it wrapped a hand the size of a small car, around the trunk of another full, grown pine. There was no strain, no effort. Just a smooth application of unimaginable force. The tree didn't stand a chance. Another deafening sirayk echoed across the valley as the trunk splintered and broke. It wasn't an act of rage or destruction. It was methodical, purposeful. It was working. After snapping the tree, the giant lifted the massive log, as if it were a piece of kindling, turned, and carefully placed it onto a growing pile nearby. It was building something. A wall, a structure, a barrier. I couldn't tell. It was stacking these giant trees like a child stacking blocks, its movements calm and rhythmic. I slowly, carefully, lowered my binoculars. My hands were shaking now, a violent, uncontrollable tremor. The world had tilted on its axis. The rules I had lived by, the laws of nature I had staked my life on, had just been rendered utterly meaningless. The local Athabascans, the native people of this land, have stories they tell around winter fires. Stories of the Tornit, the ancient giants who wandered the high mountains long before men. They are not monsters in these stories, not evil spirits. They are the original inhabitants, the true guardians and shapers of the land. I had always dismissed them as folklore, charming myths to explain the unexplainable. Now, I knew they were true. A wave of cold, primal terror, unlike anything I had ever experienced, washed over me. This wasn't the fear of a predator you might fight. This was the paralyzing, soul-crushing fear of realizing you are utterly and completely insignificant. A mouse watching a farmer plow a field. An ant in the path of a lawnmower. We weren't at the top of the food chain here. We weren't even on the food chain. We were just living in their backyard, and they were starting to do some landscaping. Ben, what is it? What do you see? Sterling's panicked whisper broke the spell. I had to get him out of there. I had to get us out of there. My mind raced, trying to formulate a lie that could contain the impossible truth. It's a freak avalanche, I said, my voice hoarse, unrecognizable to my own ears. A delayed rockfall must have set it off. The whole valley is unstable. We have to go. Now, I didn't wait for his reply. I grabbed my pack, my eyes never leaving the monstrous, working figure across the valley, and began the long, terrifying retreat back to a world that no longer felt safe or real. The retreat from that valley was the longest journey of my life. Every step was a battle against the screaming urge to break into a dead sprint, an instinct I had to suppress. You don't run in the backcountry. Running makes noise. Running gets you noticed. Running is what prey does. And for the first time in my life, I felt like prey. I pushed Julian ahead of me, my hand firmly on his back, forcing a pace that was just shy of a panic-fueled scramble. My lie about the avalanche had worked, at least for the moment. Sterling was scared, but of the wrong thing. He kept glancing back at the serene snow, dusted peaks, expecting a torrent of white death to pour down upon us. I was the only one who kept looking across the valley, stealing furtive glances, my heart seizing every time I confirmed the giant was still there, still working, its movements a slow, horrifying ballad of creation and destruction. "Faster, Ben, for Christ's sake," Julian gasped, stumbling over a rock. "Shouldn't we be running?" "Keep your voice down," I hissed, my words sharp and low. "Sound travels. We move fast, but we move smart. Panicking is how you die out here." He didn't understand. He couldn't. How could I explain that the avalanche was the least of our worries? How could I tell this man of logic and spreadsheets that we were fleeing from a creature of myth? A being that had no place in his ordered, rational world. His fear was of a natural disaster. Mine was of a supernatural one. The silence that had once been a comfort was now a source of torment. Every crunch of our boots on the snow sounded like a gunshot. Every gust of wind whistling through the rocks sounded like a breath on the back of my neck. My senses, usually my greatest allies, had turned against me. I was hyper, aware of everything, my mind twisting every shadow into a looming figure, every distant sound into the snap of another colossal tree. The world had become a haunted house, and I was seeing ghosts in every corner. I felt watched. It wasn't just the feeling of being in a predator's territory. This was different. It was a profound, deep certainty that we were being observed by an intelligence that was ancient, powerful, and utterly alien. We didn't stop until we had put 2 ridges between us and that cursed valley. We made a cold camp, no fire, huddled behind a windbreak of rock. I handed Julian a dehydrated meal pouch and a flask of whiskey. He took them gratefully, his hands still trembling. He was rattled, but his fear was already morphing into a story he would tell back in Silicon Valley. The tale of his near miss with an Alaskan avalanche. Another notch on his belt of corporate machismo. He tried to talk, to fill the oppressive silence with his usual bluster. But I cut him off. "We need to rest. We move at first light," I said, my voice flat. I couldn't sleep. I sat with my back against the cold rock, my rifle across my lap, and stared into the darkness. The image of the giant was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The casual, effortless way it had snapped a tree trunk thicker than my body. The methodical purpose in its actions. It wasn't a mindless beast. It was building something. A barrier, a fortress, a pen. The questions circled in my mind like vultures, and the most terrifying question of all: why now? Those stories from the Athabascans were ancient. If these beings had been here for centuries, millennia even, content to remain hidden in the highest, most inaccessible places, what had changed? What were they preparing for? Or what were they preparing against? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. We think of ourselves as the apex predators, the masters of this planet. But what if we're not? What if we're just the noisy, oblivious tenants in a house that belongs to someone else? Someone who has been sleeping in the attic and is only now starting to stir. The landscaping, as I had morbidly thought of it, took on a more sinister meaning. You build fences to keep things out, or to keep things in. The rest of the trip back to civilization was a blur of paranoid vigilance. I cut the hunt short, telling Sterling the grizzly had been spooked by the avalanche and had moved on. He was disappointed but too shaken to argue. He was eager to get back to his satellite phone and his private jet, to the safety of a world where monsters were confined to movie screens. I couldn't wait to be rid of him. His constant chatter felt like a sacrilege, a noisy intrusion into a world that now demanded reverence and fear. When we finally reached the small airstrip where a bush plane was scheduled to pick him up, I felt a profound sense of relief. As he boarded the plane, he turned and clapped me on the shoulder. "Well, Carter, it was an adventure, I'll give you that. Almost got a story as good as bagging a bear." Almost. I just nodded, unable to form words. I watched the plane become a speck in the vast blue sky and disappear. And then I was alone with the silence and the mountains and the terrible, world-altering secret they now held. I should have left. I should have packed my bags, moved to a city, and tried to forget what I saw. But I couldn't. This land was in my blood. And more than that, a morbid, terrifying curiosity had taken root in my soul. I had to know more. I spent the next few weeks back in Talkeetna, the small town that serves as a base camp for Denali expeditions. I tried to act normal. I drank at the Fairview Inn with the other guides and pilots, listening to their stories of close calls and successful hunts, all of which now seemed laughably mundane. I couldn't share my story. Who would believe me? They'd think I'd gone mad from the isolation, a classic case of cabin fever. I'd be a pariah, the crazy guide who saw giants in the mountains. My career would be over. So I kept it locked inside, a poison that soared every waking moment. I started researching, digging into old archives, and spending hours at the local library. I found more than just the Athabascan stories of the Tornit. I found scattered, obscure accounts from old prospectors and trappers from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Men who had ventured deep into the Alaskan range and came back with wild, unbelievable tales. Stories of mountain men, of impossible size, of strange structures built from whole trees, in valleys no human was meant to enter, of feeling watched by the mountains themselves. These accounts were always dismissed as tall tales, the drunken ramblings of lonely men. But I knew better. They had seen what I had seen. And then I found the disappearances. It wasn't hard to find them. Missing in Denali was practically a genre of its own. Every year, hikers, climbers, and hunters vanish into the park's 6 million acres. The official explanations were always the same: falls, avalanches, animal attacks, exposure. Plausible, logical. But as I reference the locations of these disappearances with the old stories, a chilling pattern began to emerge. A disproportionate number of them occurred in, or near the same remote, high-altitude valleys mentioned in the folklore. The same areas the old-timers had warned against. The same kind of area where I had seen the giant. It was a cold, creeping realization. They weren't just accidents. Not all of them. The land didn't just take these people. They were taken. My mind flashed back to the giant, methodically stacking logs, building, landscaping. Were the missing people part of the construction materials? Or were they simply pests, cleared away like insects from a construction site? The thought made me physically ill. I was looking at a map of Denali, but it was no longer a map of a national park. It was a map of a hunting ground, And the missing people weren't the hunters. They were the trophies. The map lay spread across my small wooden table, a patchwork of contour lines and shaded relief that I once knew better than the back of my own hand. Now it looked alien, sinister. The names of the valleys and peaks, McKinley, Foraker, Hunter, no longer sounded like majestic titans of nature, but like tombstones. My little cabin, usually a refuge from the world, felt like a cage. The knowledge I held was a living thing, a parasite that fed on my peace of mind, leaving me hollowed out with fear and a terrible, burgeoning sense of responsibility. I couldn't go back to guiding. How could I lead unsuspecting clients into a place I knew was a slaughterhouse? How could I smile and make small talk while knowing that just over the ridge a race of ancient giants might be landscaping with human lives? The disappearances were no longer abstract statistics to me. They were faces. I'd spent days digging through online forums and old news articles, printing out the smiling photos of the lost. A young couple from Germany on their dream climbing expedition. A seasoned solo hiker from Japan. A father and son on a bonding trip. Their faces stared back at me from the wall above my map. A silent chorus of the damned. They weren't victims of the wild, they were victims of its masters. The official reports were a lie, a comfortable fiction to mask an unthinkable truth. And I was the only person on Earth who knew it. A choice had to be made. I could burn the map, sell my gear, and flee Alaska forever, burying the secret and my conscience with it. Or I could go back. The thought alone sent a tremor of pure terror through me. But then I'd look at the faces on the wall, and a different feeling would rise, a hot, defiant anger. I was a guide. My job, my entire life's purpose, was to bring people safely through this wilderness. I had failed them. I couldn't save the ones who were gone. But I couldn't stand by and let it happen again. The morbid curiosity I'd felt before had now crystallized into a grim resolve. I had to go back. I needed proof. I needed to understand. This time, there would be no client, no pretense of a hunt. My preparations were those of a soldier going behind enemy lines. I sold my truck to afford the gear I needed. A top of the line digital camera with a telephoto lens so powerful it could probably see the craters on the moon. A solar charging system to keep it powered. A compact military-grade drone with a silent motor and a high-resolution camera. Climbing gear, ropes, ice axes, everything I would need to get to a high, inaccessible vantage point. And my rifle, a .338 Lapua Magnum. A weapon designed for long-range military sniping. It felt pitifully inadequate, like bringing a penknife to a gunfight. But it was the best I had. I told everyone I was taking on a solo expedition, a personal project to photograph remote parts of the range. It was a plausible lie. Guides often took time for themselves in the off-season. But the knowing looks from some of the old-timers told me they sensed something different in my demeanor. My usual calm confidence was gone, replaced by a brittle, obsessive intensity. The journey back into the high country was a pilgrimage into the heart of fear. I flew into a remote airstrip, and from there, I was on my own. Every mile I hiked, the weight of the silence and the vast, empty space pressed down on me. I avoided the valley where I'd seen the giant. My plan was to approach it from the south, from a series of treacherous edge ridges that no sane person would ever try to traverse. My hope was that the giants, confident in their isolation, wouldn't expect a threat from that direction. After 3 days of grueling climbing that pushed my body and mind to their absolute limits, I found it. It was a perfect observation post. A shallow cave carved into the face of a sheer cliff, almost 2,000 feet above the valley floor. It was invisible from below, and the wind that howled around it would mask any sound I made. From this eagle's nest, I had a panoramic, unobstructed view of the valley, where I had seen the giant. I set up my miserable little camp and pulled out my camera. With the telephoto lens screwed on, I brought the valley floor into sharp focus. My breath caught in my chest. The construction had progressed. The haphazard pile of logs had grown into a massive, deliberate structure. It was a wall. A crude but incredibly strong fence made of whole tree trunks, enclosing a huge section of the valley floor. It was a coral, a pen. My blood ran cold. For 2 days I watched, my life shrinking to the narrow view through my camera lens. I saw 2 of them now. 2 giants, moving with that same, slow, terrifying purpose. They reinforced the walls, dragged more trees, their movements economical and practiced. They were builders, farmers, and I was waiting to see the livestock. On the 3rd morning, I saw movement at the far end of the valley. One of the giants was striding towards the pen, its massive form dwarfing the landscape. It wasn't alone. It was herding something before it. At first, through the shimmering morning air, I thought they were caribou. But the movement was wrong. The gait was bipedal. My hands trembled as I adjusted the focus on my camera, zooming in until the image was crystal clear. It wasn't caribou. It was people. A small group, maybe 5 or 6 of them, stumbling through the snow. Their brightly colored parkas a stark contrast to the white and gray of the valley. They were exhausted, defeated. The giant didn't use force. It didn't need to. Its sheer presence was enough to keep them moving, its long shadow falling over them like the hand of God. It guided them through a large gate in the pen, and then sealed it shut with a log the size of a bus. I felt a strangled sob escape my throat. I was watching a nightmare made real. These were the missing. Not dead, not yet. They were being kept, stored. For what? Food? Labor. The questions were too horrible to contemplate. I started filming, my finger pressing down on the record button as if my life depended on it. I had to document this. I had to get this footage to the world. I spent the rest of the day in a state of shock, filming the grotesque parody of farm life playing out below. The giants ignored the people in the pen, who huddled together for warmth, their tiny forms a testament to their utter helplessness. As dusk began to fall, I packed my drone. I had to get a closer look. I needed to see their faces to confirm who they were. With shaking hands, I launched the small, dark machine into the air. It rose silently, a ghost in the twilight, and flew out over the valley. I watched on the small screen of the controller as it approached the pen. I could see the prisoners now, their faces gaunt with terror and despair. I recognized one of them from the photos on my wall, the German climber. He was alive. I was so focused on the screen, so lost in the horror of the moment, that I didn't notice the change in the light. I didn't notice the temperature drop. I didn't notice the sudden, absolute silence. A shadow fell over me. It was not the shadow of a cloud. It was solid, immense, and it blotted out the fading light of the sky. A deep, guttural sound, like the grinding of tectonic plates, rumbled from above. I looked up from the controller, my heart stopping in my chest. Standing on the ridge of the cliff, directly above my tiny cave, was a 3rd giant. It hadn't come from the valley. It had been somewhere else, somewhere higher. It was looking down at me, its face a craggy landscape of ancient stone and ice. Its eyes were not eyes at all, but deep, dark pits of shadow that seemed to drink the light. It had found me. It had known I was here all along. The drone, the camera, my pathetic rifle, it was all a joke. I hadn't been the hunter, observing my prey. I had been the mouse, allowed to run through the maze for a while before the final, inevitable end. It raised a hand that could blot out the sun, and began to reach down. My name is Jessica Riley, and for the last 8 years, I've had the profound privilege of calling the Grand Canyon my office. As a park ranger, you learn to read the land like a book. You know the language of the wind as it whips through the canyons, the subtle shifts in the color of the rock that signal the time of day, and the distinct tracks of every creature, from the shy ring-tailed cat to the lumbering bighorn sheep. You become a part of the landscape, and it becomes a part of you. It's a demanding job, one that requires a deep respect for the raw, untamable power of nature. It also requires a healthy dose of pragmatism. Out here, you trust your gear, your training, and your gut. You don't have time for anything else. That's why I never put much stock in the stories. Every national park has them. Whispers and legends passed down from generation to generation, embellished around campfires, and sold in tourist trap gift shops. The Grand Canyon is no exception. It's a place of such immense scale and history that it naturally invites tales of the supernatural. We have our share of phantom hikers, ancient spirits and mysterious lights. The most famous, or perhaps infamous, is the Wailing Woman of the Transept. The story varies depending on who you ask. Some say she was a pioneer woman from the 19th century whose husband and child were swept away by a flash flood in the canyon. Others claim she was a guest at the Grand Ken Lodge in the 1920s who threw herself from the rim in a fit of despair after a tragic loss. Whatever the version, the core elements remain the same: a grieving woman in a white, old-fashioned dress, whose mournful cries are said to echo through the trails during storms, forever searching for her lost family. To me and most of the other rangers, she was just that, a story, a quaint piece of local folklore. We'd hear it from wide-eyed tourists and occasionally use it to gently spook the new seasonal recruits. In our line of work, the real dangers are dehydration, falls, then flash floods. The threats you can see and prepare for. We deal in facts, in coordinates, in search grids and first aid. The ethereal has no place in a search and rescue operation. I held that belief as an unwavering truth, a professional creed, until last month. Until the day the sky turned slate gray and the Wailing Woman stopped being a story. It was late afternoon in mid-October. The air, which had been warm and still all day, began to carry a sudden, sharp chill. The sky to the west was bruising a deep purple, gray that was swallowing the brilliant blue with alarming speed. It was the kind of storm that doesn't just roll in, it pounces. We call them monsoons, and they can turn the canyon from a sun-baked paradise into a deadly water-filled trap in minutes. I was in the backcountry office, finishing up some paperwork, when the call came through. The voice on the other end was frantic, laced with the kind of pure, unadulterated panic that always makes the hair on your arms stand up. It was a father. His 7-year-old son, Leo, had wandered off the transept trail near the North Rim. They had only looked away for a moment, he said, his voice cracking, and then he was just gone. My heart sank. The transept is a beautiful trail. but it's flanked by steep drop, offs in dense thickets of juniper and pinyon pine. It's deceptively easy for a small child to vanish. And with that storm bearing down on us, the situation was escalating from urgent to critical with every passing second. "We're on our way," I said, my voice calm and steady, a practiced contrast to the adrenaline already coursing through my veins. "Stay where you are. Do not move." Protocol kicked in immediately. I grabbed my Sarapack, already loaded with everything from emergency blankets and a medical kit to high energy food bars and over 100 feet of rope. I did a quick radio check with colleague Ben, who was coordinating the response from the main station, and then I was in my truck, heading for the trailhead. The first fat drops of rain began to splatter against the windshield as I drove, each one the size of a quarter. A jagged fork of lightning split the sky ahead, followed a few seconds later by a deafening crack of thunder that seemed to shake the very ground. The wind was howling now, a physical force that buffeted the truck. This wasn't just a storm, it was a violent tantrum of nature. By the time I reached the trailhead, the rain was coming down in blinding sheets. I found the parents huddled by their car, their faces pale with terror and streaked with rain. The mother was sobbing uncontrollably. I got the last known point from them, a small scenic overlook about a half-mile down the trail. I gave them a silver emergency blanket and the firmest, most reassuring look I could muster. "We will find him," I promised, hoping it was a promise I could keep. As I descended onto the transept trail, the world transformed. The familiar red rock path had become a slick, muddy stream. Water cascaded down the canyon walls, turning trickles into torrents. The wind shrieked, carrying the scent of rain-soaked pine and wet earth. Every 10 feet, I'd stop, cup my hands around my mouth, and shout, "Leo!" "Can you hear me?" But my voice was swallowed by the storm. The only reply was the roar of the wind and the relentless drumming of the rain. The temperature was dropping fast. A lost child, exposed to these elements, wouldn't last long. Hypothermia was now my primary concern. I was about a mile in, my boots soaked and my clothes plastered to my skin, when I felt it. A change. It wasn't the storm, it was something else. The chaotic noise of the wind and rain seemed to muffle, as if I had cotton in my ears. The air grew heavy and cold, a deep, penetrating cold that had nothing to do with the rain. And then I heard it. Beneath the howl of the wind, there was another sound. It was a soft, rhythmic sobbing. I stopped dead in my tracks, straining to listen. It couldn't be. It was probably just the wind playing tricks, a common auditory illusion in the canyon. I shook my head, dismissing it, and kept moving. But there it was again, closer this time, and unmistakably human. It was a sound of pure, absolute agony, a lament so profound it felt ancient. It was the sound of a heart that had been shattered into a million pieces. I rounded a sharp bend in the trail, and that's when I saw her, standing not 30 feet away, walking slowly, deliberately toward the canyon rim, was a woman. She was wearing a simple, high, colored white dress that looked like something out of a history book. Despite the torrential downpour, the dress was pristine, showing no signs of mud or rain. Her long, dark hair was plastered to her back, and her shoulders shook with the force of her sobs. She paid me no mind, her entire being focused on her slow, inexorable walk toward the edge. Her face, when she briefly turned it, was a mask of unimaginable grief. It was a face devoid of hope. My training took over. "Mom," I yelled, my voice sharp and authoritative. "Mom," You need to step away from the edge. The ground is unstable. She gave no indication that she had heard me. It was as if I didn't exist. She just kept walking, her bare feet gliding over the slick rock. The sound of her crying was gut-wrenching, more animal than human. A raw expression of pain that vibrated in my chest. I was convinced she was a hiker in shock, or perhaps someone having a severe mental health crisis. I started moving toward her, slowly, my hands held out in a non-threatening gesture. Ma'am, please stop. I'm a park ranger. I can help you. Let's just get you out of this storm. She was only a few feet from the precipice now. My heart hammered against my ribs. I was about to break into a run, to physically tackle her if I had to, when she stopped. The sobbing ceased. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the noise. She stood there for a long moment, her back to me, a stark white figure against the raging gray tempest. Then, slowly, she turned. I braced myself, expecting to see a face of desperation or anger. Instead, I saw nothing. Her eyes, dark pools of sorrow, looked straight ahead, but they didn't see me. They looked through me, as if I were a pane of glass, gazing at something far away in the distance. Her expression wasn't hostile or scared, it was just empty. Utterly, terrifyingly empty. She raised a slender, pale arm, her hand trembling slightly, and pointed. Not toward the trail ahead, not back the way I'd come, but down. Down a narrow, barely visible game trail that snaked away from the main path and disappeared into a dark, foreboding cluster of rocks and twisted juniper trees. I stared confused, first at her pointing finger, then back at her face. I opened my mouth to ask what she meant, but the words never came. As I watched, her form began to waver, like a heat haze on a summer road. Her edges softened, the stark white of her dress turning translucent. The raging storm seemed to pass right through her. The sound of the wind and rain rushed back in, louder than before. For a final heart-stopping second, her grief-stricken eyes met mine, a flicker of some ancient, knowing sadness passing between us. And then she just faded. One moment she was there, a figure of impossible sorrow. And the next, there was nothing but the rain, the wind, and the empty space where she had stood. I was alone on the trail, my heart pounding. The cold I felt now seeping deep into my bones. And in front of me was the unmarked path she had shown me. For a full minute, I stood frozen, rooted to the muddy trail. The world rushed back in with a vengeance. The roar of the wind, the stinging lash of the rain against my face, the rumble of distant thunder. But the silence left by her departure was a void that the storm couldn't fill. My mind, a place usually governed by logic, procedure, and tangible evidence, was reeling. It was trying to process an event that defied every principle I had ever known. Hallucination. That was the only rational explanation. The stress of the search, the disorienting effect of the storm, the power of suggestion from an old ghost story. My brain had simply concocted a phantom. It had to be. I was a park ranger, a professional. We don't see ghosts. We find lost children. But the cold that had settled deep in my marrow felt real. The image of her empty, sorrowful eyes was burned into my memory, and the path she had pointed to was undeniably there. It was a faint, treacherous-looking trail, the kind of path animals make, not humans. It was narrow, slick with wet leaves and mud, and it plunged steeply into a dark grove of junipers that huddled together, as if for protection against the storm. Under normal circumstances, I would have dismissed it. It wasn't a designated trail. It was dangerous, and the probability of a 7, 7-year-old boy choosing to go that way was almost zero. Standard search protocol dictated that I continue along the main trail, the most likely route. But these were not normal circumstances. A child was missing. The temperature was plummeting. Time was a luxury we didn't have. And an apparition, or a hallucination so vivid it felt like one, had pointed down this specific, unlikely path. My training screamed at me to stick to the grid, to follow the rules. But my gut, the same instinct I trusted to read the land, was screaming something else. It was telling me to follow the ghost. "Ben, this is Riley." I spoke into my radio, my voice shakier than I would have liked. "I'm deviating from the transept. I've found a game trail. I have a hunch. I'm going to check it out. Over." There was a crackle of static before Ben's voice came back, laced with concern. "A game trail, Jess. Are you sure? That's low probability territory." "I'm sure," I said, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. I wasn't sure of anything anymore. "I've got a feeling about this one. I'll check in every 5 minutes." Riley out. I didn't wait for his response. Taking a deep breath, I clicked on my headlamp, casting a bright white beam into the gloom, and stepped off the main trail onto the path of the Wailing Woman. The change in terrain was immediate and stark. The ground was unstable, a mixture of slick rock and deep mud that threatened to suck the boots right off my feet. Gnarled juniper branches, heavy with rain, clawed at my jacket like skeletal fingers. The air here was different too. The wind didn't howl, it seemed to whisper, snaking through the dense trees with a mournful sigh. The path was so steep that I had to brace myself against tree trunks with every downward step. This was no place for a child. It was barely a place for a trained ranger. "Layo?" I shouted, my voice sounding small and thin in the oppressive closeness of the trees.
Leo, it's Ranger Jessica. Call out if you can hear me.
Only the drip. Drip, drip of water from the branches answered. My headlamp beam cut a frantic path through the darkness, illuminating twisted roots that looked like snakes and dark crevices between rocks that seemed to watch me as I passed. Every shadow seemed to hold a flicker of the white dress. Every sigh of the wind sounded like a sob. The pragmatist in me was at war with the terrified witness. Was I chasing a ghost's guidance, or had I simply lost my mind? Was I leading myself further away from the boy, wasting precious time on a fool's errand born of a stress-induced vision? I pushed the thought away. I had to focus. I was about 50 yards down the treacherous path, my thighs burning from the effort of the descent, when my headlamp beam caught something. A small patch of color, unnaturally bright against the muted browns and grays of the forest floor. I scrambled toward it, my heart leaping into my throat. There, half buried in the mud at the base of a large boulder, was a small, blue plastic dinosaur, a stegosaurus. It was the kind of toy a 7-year-old boy would carry in his pocket. I picked it up, wiping the mud away with my thumb. It was real. It was solid. This wasn't a hallucination. This was proof. He had come this way. A wave of adrenaline, stronger than before, washed over me, clearing my head. The ghost, the woman, whatever she was, she had been right. I yelled, my voice filled with a new urgency, a renewed hope.
"You're close. I've found your dinosaur."
"Just keep shouting, and I'll find you." I followed the trail with a new sense of purpose. It was still dangerous, but the fear had been replaced by a laser, sharp focus. The path curved around the cluster of boulders, leading to a small, sheltered area that was protected from the worst of the wind and rain by a massive rock overhang. It formed a shallow cave, a natural shelter from the storm. And there, huddled in the deepest, driest part of the alcove, was a small figure. "Leo," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. The small figure stirred. A little face, pale and tear-streaked, peered out from the hood of a bright yellow raincoat. He was shivering violently, his lips blue, but his eyes were wide and alert. He was safe. "Hey there, buddy," I said softly, slowly approaching him as if he were a frightened animal. "I'm Jessica. I'm a park ranger. I've been looking for you. You gave us all quite a scare." He just stared at me, his eyes huge. I shrugged off my pack, pulling out a foil emergency blanket and a high-energy bar. As I wrapped the crinkling blanket around his small, trembling shoulders, he finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "The sad lady told me to wait here," he said. "She said it would be dry." The air left my lungs in a rush. I froze, my hands still on the blanket. "The sad lady?" I asked, trying to keep my voice even. "What did she look like?" "She was wearing a white dress," Leo said, his teeth chattering. "She was crying. She pointed here and told me to hide from the rain. She said someone was coming for me." I stared at the boy, at his innocent, trusting face. It was true. All of it. I hadn't imagined her. She wasn't a figment of my stressed-out mind. She was real, in some way I couldn't comprehend, and she had led me here. She had saved this boy's life. Well, she was right, I managed to say, my voice choked. "Come on. Let's get you back to your mom and dad. They're very worried about you." I gave him the food bar, which he devoured, and after a few minutes, the shivering began to subside. The journey back up the game trail was even harder than the descent, especially with a tired 7-year-old in tow. I practically had to carry him up the steepest parts, his small hand clutching my jacket, the blue dinosaur clutched tightly in his other fist. The storm was beginning to let up, the torrential rain softening to a steady drizzle. By the time we stumbled back onto the main transept trail, the sky was already beginning to lighten in the west. The reunion at the trailhead was everything you'd imagine. Tears, cries of relief, a blur of embraces. The parents couldn't thank me enough. Their faces transformed from masks of terror to beacons of pure joy. Ben and the other rangers clapped me on the back, telling me it was one for the books. A hell of a hunch. I just nodded, accepting the praise, a strange numbness settling over me. Later that evening, as I sat in the office typing up my official report, I came to the section titled Method of Discovery. I stared at the blinking cursor for a long time. What could I possibly write? Followed directions from a 19th century apparition, guided by the spirit of a grieving woman. They would think I was crazy. They would put me on administrative leave. My career, the life I had built here, would be over. So, I wrote what they would expect. I wrote what made sense, followed instinct and discovered subjects, tracks leading down an unmarked game trail, found subjects sheltered under a rock overhang. It was the truth, in a way, just not the whole truth. But as I finished typing, and the rain finally stopped, I looked out the window into the dark, misty canyon. I knew that the wailing woman was out there, and I knew that sometimes, when a storm rolls in and a child is lost, the line between a ghost story and a search and rescue operation can disappear completely. The days that followed Leo's rescue were strange. On the surface, everything was as it should be. I was the hero of the hour. My colleagues, Ben included, bought me drinks and slapped me on the back, endlessly praising my ranger's instinct. the story of my hunch became a minor legend around the North Rim station, a testament to the idea that sometimes you just have to trust your gut. Leo's parents sent a massive gift basket to the office with a card that made my eyes well up. In every official capacity, the incident was a resounding success, a textbook example of a search and rescue operation with a happy ending. But beneath the surface of congratulations and paperwork, a quiet battle was raging within me. Every time someone mentioned a cold knot of guilt would tighten in my stomach. The official report I filed felt like a work of fiction, a sanitized version of events scrubbed clean of its impossible, terrifying truth. I had lied. It was a lie of omission, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. My instinct hadn't saved that boy. A ghost had. And that knowledge was a heavy secret to carry. The world, which had always seemed so solid, so governed by the laws of physics and the predictable patterns of nature, now felt thin, like a veil stretched over something much older and stranger. Sleep offered little escape. I would dream of the storm, of the wailing sound that was more than just wind, and of those hollow, grief-stricken eyes looking right through me. I'd wake up with the phantom sensation of that deep, unnatural cold seeping into my bones. During the day, I did my job. I patrolled the trails, answered tourist questions about geology, and warned people about the dangers of dehydration. But everything was different. The canyon itself felt changed. Or maybe it was me who had changed. I found myself looking at the familiar vistas with new eyes. The ancient rock walls seemed less like geological formations and more like silent witnesses. The whisper of the wind through the pines no longer sounded like just wind. I kept listening for that other sound, the sound of a woman's sob carried on the breeze. The pragmatist in me, the ranger who dealt in facts and evidence, couldn't let it go. I needed to understand. I needed to put what happened into a box I could label. So I started digging. During my off hours, I found myself drawn to the park's archives, a dusty climate, controlled room, in the basement of the administration building. It was a place I'd rarely visited, filled with old maps, geological surveys, and decades of park records. But I wasn't looking for geological data. I was looking for a ghost. I started with the name, the Wailing Woman. I sifted through old park newsletters, collections of local folklore, and tourist pamphlets from the early 20th century. The story was everywhere, a persistent whisper through the park's history. The details were often contradictory. Different time periods, different causes of death. But the core elements were always there: the white dress, the storm, the inconsolable grief. It was all just folklore, though hearsay and campfire stories. I needed something concrete. My search led me to the personal journals and records, donated by some of the area's first settlers. It was slow, painstaking work, deciphering faded, cursive handwriting on brittle, yellowed paper. Most of it was mundane accounts of daily life: crop yields, weather patterns, trips to Flagstaff for supplies. But then, in a leather-bound diary belonging to a man named Elias Thorne, dated 1892, I found it. Thorne was a homesteader who had tried, and failed, to establish a small ranch near the North Rim. His entries were stoic and factual, but on a page from late September of that year, the tone shifted. He wrote of a terrible storm, a sudden and violent monsoon, much like the one I had experienced. He described a flash flood that had torn through a nearby ravine, a place he called Widow's Creek. A new family, he wrote, had been camped there. The husband and their young son were caught in the deluge and swept away. Their bodies were never found. The wife, Elora, had survived. She had been gathering firewood, higher up the slope when the wall of water hit. Thorne wrote of her subsequent, frantic search. For days, she roamed the rim, her mind shattered by grief, calling her husband and son's names until her voice was raw. She refused to eat, refused to take shelter. She just walked, her white cotton dress, the only one she owned besides her work clothes, becoming torn and stained. The last time Thorne saw her, he wrote, was during another storm a week later. He saw her walking toward the transept, her cries, he said, no longer sounded human. She was never seen again. The local authorities concluded she had likely thrown herself from the rim, joining her family in the canyon below. He ended the entry with a chilling sentence. Some say, when the thunder rolls, you can still hear her searching for her boy. I closed the diary, my hands trembling. Elora, she had a name. She wasn't just a legend. She was a person. A woman whose entire world had been obliterated in an instant. Her grief was so profound, so powerful, that it had somehow imprinted itself onto the landscape, her spirit tethered to the place of her greatest sorrow, doomed to search for eternity. And in her endless, sorrowful search, she had found another lost boy. Leo. Perhaps in saving him, she had found a moment's peace. A fleeting echo of the maternal protection she could no longer give her own child. I left the archives that day feeling a strange sense of calm. I hadn't found a rational explanation, not in the scientific sense. But I had found a story. I had found the humanity behind the haunting. The wailing woman was no longer just a terrifying apparition. She was Elora, a mother lost to grief. And my encounter with her was no longer just a terrifying event. It was a connection, a moment of intersection between my world and hers. I don't talk about what happened on the transept trail. It's a secret I will carry with me always, a private understanding between me, the canyon, and the spirit of a grieving woman. My colleagues still see me as a good ranger with uncanny instincts. The tourists still see me as a source of information and safety. But I see myself differently now. My job hasn't changed, but my perception of it has. I am still a guardian of this place, but I understand now that I am guarding more than just trails and wildlife. I am a keeper of its stories, a guardian of its memories and its mysteries. Sometimes, when a storm builds over the canyon, I find myself heading toward the North Rim. I'll stand there, feeling the wind on my face and the electricity in the air, and I'll listen. I don't see her again. I don't expect to. But sometimes, if the wind is just right, I think I can still hear her. A faint, mournful cry that echoes between the ancient walls of rock. It's a sound of unimaginable loss, but to me, it no longer sounds just like grief. It sounds like a warning. It sounds like a warning, and in a strange, inexplicable way, it sounds like a lullaby on the wind, a timeless promise that even in the wildest of faces, no child will be left to face the storm alone. My name is Finn McCarthy. That's a name that feels more at home in the misty hills of Ireland than in the sun-scorched, ochre, dusted expanse of the American Southwest, but this is where I belong. For the better part of 2 decades, the Colorado River has been my office, my church, and my confessor. I am a lead river guide for canyon drifters, and my life is measured in river miles, in the rise and fall of the water, and in the number of seasons I've watched the relentless sun bake the ancient stone of the Grand Canyon. Most people see the canyon as a static postcard, A breathtaking, impossibly vast photograph. They stand at the rim, snap their pictures, and feel a sense of vertigo. But they don't know it. They don't know its pulse. To truly know the canyon, you have to descend into its depths, into that wound in the earth that is so old it makes a mockery of human history. You have to let the river take you. The Colorado isn't just water, it's a liquid sculptor, a force that has spent 6 million years carving this masterpiece. It has a voice, a language written in eddies, currents, and the thunderous roar of its rapids. I've spent my adult life learning to speak that language. I know its moods, from the placid, glass-like stillness of a calm morning to the violent, churning fury of a flash flood. I know every rapid by name, Crystal Lava Falls, Horn Creek, not as obstacles, but as old, respected adversaries. I know every rock that can tear a hole in a raft, every hidden sandbar perfect for a night's camp, and every ghost story that the canyon walls whisper when the sun goes down. Of all the tales told around the flickering glow of a campfire, none is more famous, more deeply etched in the canyon's lore than that of Glenn and Bessie Hyde. Their story is our ultimate campfire legend, the one that makes the tourists lean in a little closer, their eyes wide in the firelight. It's a true story, which is what makes it so terrifying. They were honeymooners, vanished in the winter of 1928. Glenn was an experienced outdoorsman from Idaho. Bessie was a poet and an artist, a city girl swept up in a grand adventure. They had built their own boat, a 20-foot wooden sweep scow, a clumsy-looking but sturdy vessel. Their goal was audacious, to run the entire length of the Grand Canyon, a feat which would make Bessie the first woman to successfully do so. They were young, in love, and chasing a dream. They were last officially seen by a photographer, Emery Kolb, at the Bright Angel Trail. He offered them supplies, a rest. They refused, eager to press on. They pushed off back in the current and floated away waving, disappearing around a bend in the river. And then, they simply vanished from the world. Weeks later, their scow was found. This is the part of the story that always sends a shiver down my spine, no matter how many times I tell it. The boat wasn't wrecked. It was floating calmly in an eddy, completely intact. All their supplies were neatly stowed. Their camera was there. Bessie's books and journals were tucked away. A plate with leftover food was on a makeshift table. The scene was one of perfect, eerie domesticity, as if they had just stepped away for a moment and would be right back. But they never came back. An exhaustive search was launched. The canyon was scoured for weeks. Not a trace of them was ever found. No bodies, no footprints, no sign of a struggle. It was as if the canyon itself had simply opened its great stone mouth and swallowed them whole. The official theory was a boating accident. Perhaps they were trying to line the boat through a rough patch of water, fell in, and were swept away by the frigid current. It's a plausible explanation. The Colorado is unforgiving. It doesn't take much for it to claim you. But it never felt right. The state of the boat, so perfect, so calm, it argued against a frantic, desperate accident. Last season, I was guiding a 14-day trip, a full run from Lee's Ferry to Lake Mead. The group was a good one, a mix of eager first-timers and a few seasoned rafters. We were in the heart of the canyon, in the same stretch of river where the Hydes had disappeared. The walls around us were 1,000 feet high, a cathedral of silence and stone that blocked out the rest of the world. We made camp for the night on a wide, crescent-shaped sandbar, a place I'd used many times before. As the evening settled, the familiar ritual began. Tents were pitched, dinner was cooked, and the clients gathered around the fire, their faces glowing with the day's adventure. I told them stories, as I always do. I told them about the ancient Puebloan people, who once lived in cliff dwellings high above the river. I told them about John Wesley Powell's first harrowing expedition. And then, as the stars began to blaze with an impossible brightness in the moonless sky, I told them about Glenn and Bessie Hyde. I watched their faces as I spoke, saw the comfortable thrill of a ghost story take hold. But for me, it was different this time. The story felt heavier, the silence of the canyon more profound. Later, long after the clients had zipped themselves into their tents and the fire had burned down to a bed of winking embers, I found I couldn't sleep. It wasn't a noise that kept me awake, but the opposite. The silence was immense, pressing. It felt ancient and watchful. Pulling on my boots, I grabbed my headlamp and began to walk along the water's edge. The only sounds were the soft crunch of my feet in the sand and the gentle lapping of the river. The beam of my lamp cut a sharp wickham through the darkness, dancing over the water and the smooth, river-polished stones. I was just about to turn back when the light caught something. It wasn't a rock. It was a corner, a dark, straight edge sticking out of the damp sand, right where the high watermark had receded. Curiosity got the better of me. I knelt, the cold of the sand seeping through the knees of my pants. I began to dig with my bare hands, scooping away the coarse, wet grains. What emerged was an object, rectangular and solid. It was an old leather-bound book, swollen and warped by water, the cover stained almost black. It looked ancient. My heart began to pound, a slow, heavy drum against my ribs. With trembling fingers, I worked it free. It was heavy, saturated with the river's memory. I carefully prized open the cover. The pages inside were fused together in a solid block, but the inside cover was protected. There, in faded but still legible ink, was a name written in an elegant, looping script. Bessie Hyde. I felt the air leave my lungs. It was impossible. A relic, a ghost, lost for nearly a century, delivered to me on this random night. I stood up, the book clutched in my hands. It felt less like an object and more like a confession. The vast, silent canyon suddenly felt crowded, as if the ghosts of its past were all standing with me on that dark sandbar, waiting to see what I would do. I looked back at the sleeping camp, then down at the diary in my hands. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that the story I told around the campfire was wrong. The real story, the truth of what happened to Glenn and Bessie Hyde, was right here in my hands. And I was about to read it. Back in the relative sanctuary of my small one-man tent, the world had shrunk to the thin nylon walls and the focused beam of my headlamp. The sounds of the river, usually a comforting lullaby, now seemed to whisper warnings. The diary lay on my sleeping bag, a dark, malevolent presence. It felt like holding a tombstone. My hands, usually steady from years of gripping oars, trembled as I tried to work the pages apart. The book had been claimed by the river, and it did not want to give up its dead. The pages were a solid, pulpy mass fused by time and water. But I was patient. Using the delicate blade of my pocket knife, I began the painstaking process of separating them, one by one. Each separated page felt like a small victory against the silence of the past. The first few entries I could decipher were filled with the breathless wonder of a soul utterly captivated. Bessie's handwriting, a graceful, flowing script painted a vivid picture of their journey. She wrote not of a river to be conquered, but of a world to be embraced. November 15th, 1928. The canyon walls are like the pages of God's own book, and we are but tiny words written upon them. Glenn is magnificent. He handles the scow with such strength and confidence. To see him at the sweeps, his muscles straining, his eyes fixed on the water ahead, it is like watching a master at his craft. He is my Viking, my adventurer. I never knew a heart could hold this much joy. We are making history, he and I. Her words were poetry. She described the changing light, the way the setting sun would set the cliffs, ablaze in fiery reds and oranges. She wrote of the eagles soaring high above, of the shy deer that came to the water's edge to drink. In these early pages, Glenn was a hero. Their love was an epic, and the Grand Canyon was their Eden. There was a purity and innocence to her writing that made what I knew was coming feel all the more profane. I felt like a voyeur, a grave robber of memories, intruding on this beautiful, private dream. I worked deeper into the book, my knife slicing through the paper seals of time. The ink began to blur more frequently, the water damage more severe. But the change I found was not just in the legibility of the words, but in their soul. The tone shifted. It was subtle at first, a single discordant note in a beautiful symphony. November 20th, 1928. The river is more challenging in this section. Glenn was short with me today. I made a small error in stowing the gear, and he spoke to me in a tone he has never used before. He said that in the canyon, there is no room for mistakes, that a single moment of carelessness could kill us both. I know he is right, of course. The responsibility he carries is immense. But his eyes were cold. For a moment, he was not my Glenn. He was a stranger. A few pages later, another crack appeared in the idyllic facade. November 22nd, 1928. We met a man today, a prospector hiking a side canyon. He was kind, and his face was a welcome sight after so many days of solitude. He shared his coffee with us and told us stories. When he spoke to me, Glenn would answer for me. He stood very close, his hand on my shoulder. The prospector must have thought it was affection, but it felt like ownership. Later, when we were alone, Glenn told me I shouldn't be so friendly with strangers. You are a married woman. Bessie, he said. You belong to me now. He said it with a smile, but it did not feel like a joke. My blood ran cold. This wasn't the heroic adventurer from the campfire stories. This was a different man, a man of pride and possession. The vast, open wilderness that Bessie had so admired was beginning to feel like a cage. The entries grew shorter, the handwriting more cramped and hurried. The descriptions of the canyon's beauty were replaced by accounts of the river's relentless power, of close calls and grueling days. The journey had ceased to be an adventure. It had become an ordeal. The final section of the diary was the most difficult to read. The pages nearly destroyed. It was here that the story turned from one of disillusionment to one of outright fear. I could only make out fragments. Words and phrases that stabbed out from the water, stained pages like shards of glass. Another argument. My fault, always my fault. Threw my book of poems into the river. Said they were foolish distractions, the where. Woke up in the night. He was just watching me. Not sleeping. Just staring. His face in the moonlight. I said I wanted to turn back, to hike out at the next trail. He laughed. He said we finish what we start. He said I am not a quitter. It was not a question. I felt a suffocating sense of dread. I was no longer just a river guide in a tent. I was on that boat with her in 1928. I could feel her terror, her isolation. She was trapped. Hundreds of miles from civilization, with a man who was slowly revealing himself to be a monster. His love twisting into a dark and terrifying obsession. The canyon walls were no longer a cathedral. They were the unscalable walls of a prison. Then I reached the last page. It was a single leaf stuck to the inside of the back cover, almost perfectly preserved. The ink was dark, stark against the yellowed paper. The handwriting was no longer the elegant script of a poet. It was jagged, frantic. The words scratched into the page with a desperate urgency. The date was smudged, but it was legible. It was the day they were believed to have disappeared. It didn't talk about a boating accident. It didn't mention a rogue wave or a treacherous rapid. It talked about a fight. A terrible, violent fight. He found my letters from home. He tore them to pieces. He said my family was turning me against him, filling my head with city nonsense. He grabbed my arm, his fingers like steel bands. The things he said, the names he called me. I did not recognize this man. This is not my husband. This is a demon wearing his face. The final lines were written with a hand that must have been shaking uncontrollably. They were a death sentence, one way or another. He said if I couldn't be his, I couldn't be anyone's. I see him coming back to the boat now. I have the knife. I dropped the book as if it had burned me. The silence in my tent was absolute. The story was over. The mystery was solved. There was no monster, no supernatural event, no alien abduction. There was only a darkness far more common and terrifying. The darkness inside a human heart. Glenn Hyde had murdered his wife, or she had murdered him. The knife. The final, ambiguous, terrifying word. My mind was reeling, trying to process the horror. And then, like a ghost whispering in my ear, another story surfaced from the deep archives of my canyon lore. A story about another woman, a famous river runner named Georgie Clark. Georgie had appeared on the scene not long after the Hydes vanished. She was tough, capable, a legend in her own right. And when she died, decades later, they found something strange in her house, tucked away with her personal effects. Bessie Hyde's marriage license. The pieces began to slam together in my mind, forming a picture so shocking I could barely breathe. A fight, a knife, a disappearance. And another woman, a river runner, appearing out of nowhere, carrying the vanished woman's legal identity. Could it be? Could Bessie have survived? Could she have killed Glenn in self-defense, hidden his body in the vastness of the canyon, and then, in a desperate act of self-preservation, reinvented herself? Did Bessie Hyde become Georgie Clark? The diary was no longer just the solution to a mystery. It was the beginning of a new one. A secret far more complex and profound. I sat there in the dark, the weight of 100 years of silence pressing down on me. The story of a woman's desperate fight for her life burning in my hands. Sleep was an impossibility. I spent the rest of the night sitting at the mouth of my tent, the diary resting on my lap like a sleeping animal. The moon had risen, casting the canyon in shades of silver and black, transforming the familiar landscape into something alien and spectral. The theory I had formed, that Bessie Hyde had survived, had become Georgie Clark, was a story so wild it bordered on fantasy. Yet, the more I considered it, the more it felt like the only truth that fit. The diary in my hands, the marriage license in Georgie's house, they were the bookends of a life lived in the shadows. I imagined her, in the immediate aftermath of that final, violent confrontation. Young, alone in the most remote place imaginable. Her husband, the man who was her Viking, was gone, likely at her own hand. A desperate act of survival. What would she have done? Reporting it was not an option. Who would believe her? A woman, a city girl. Killing her experienced outdoorsman husband. They would have called it murder, not self-defense. The canyon would have been her prison in a different way. So she made a choice. A choice of impossible courage. She let Bessie Hyde die in that canyon, along with the man who had tried to destroy her. She would have hidden his body, where it would never be found. A task both grim and easy in a place with a million hidden crevices and a river that consumes all things. She would have taken what little she could, abandoned the scow to create the mystery, and then hiked out. She would have walked out of the Grand Canyon and into a new life, a new name, a new identity. She became Georgie Clark, a woman defined not by a man, but by her own strength and her mastery of the river that had almost been her tomb. She didn't just run the river, she became the river. Tough, resilient, and holding deep, powerful secrets. A wave of profound respect washed over me. So powerful it almost brought me to my knees. This wasn't a story of a victim. It was the story of a survivor, a warrior. Bessie Hyde had faced the darkness, and had not only escaped it, but had forged a new existence from its ashes. And now, her secret was in my hands. The first light of dawn began to touch the highest canyon rims, painting them a soft, ethereal pink. The clients would be waking soon. I had a choice to make. This diary was a historical artifact of immense significance. It solved one of the great mysteries of the American West. It belonged in a museum, studied by historians, its contents published for the world to see. It was a piece of history, but it was also her story, her secret. A secret she had guarded her entire life. For Georgie Clark, for Bessie, to reveal this truth now would be the ultimate violation. It would rewrite her legacy, changing her from a pioneering river runner into a figure of morbid curiosity. It would tarnish her memory, subjecting her to the judgment of a world that could never understand the terror she must have felt on that boat. She had chosen anonymity. She had earned her peace. Who was I to steal it from her? My duty as a historian, as a finder of this incredible artifact, was at war with my duty as a human being. The canyon had presented me with this secret. It hadn't washed up at the feet of a tourist or a park ranger. It had come to me, a guide who understood the canyon's code of silence. Some things are not meant to be shared. Some stories belong to the river. I knew what I had to do. I walked over to the fire pit, where a few stubborn embers still glowed beneath a blanket of gray ash. I carefully coaxed them back to life, adding small twigs at first, then larger pieces of driftwood from the pile we had gathered the night before. A small, clean fire began to dance, its warmth a welcome comfort in the cool morning air. I opened the diary one last time. I didn't read the words again. I just looked at the pages, at the faded ink and the water stains, and I thought of the hand that had written them. I thought of Bessie's hopes and dreams, her love, her fear, and her final, desperate act. I sent a silent apology and a message of thanks out into the vastness of the canyon. Then, I placed the book into the heart of the flames. The leather cover curled and blackened instantly. For a moment, the pages resisted, a dense block of history refusing to be erased. But the fire was hungry. It licked at the edges, and the first page ignited, turning a brilliant, fiery orange before crumbling into black ash. One by one, the pages of Bessie Hyde's life, her love, and her terror were consumed. The ink that formed the words, "He is my Viking," turned to smoke and drifted upwards, indistinguishable from the smoke that came from the words, "I have the knife." Her joy and her pain, her idyllic dreams and her violent nightmare, all became one, purified by the flames. I watched until the entire book was gone, until not even the spine remained. I poked at the ashes with a stick, breaking them up, ensuring nothing was left but fine, gray dust. The sun was climbing higher now, and the camp was beginning to stir. The smell of coffee soon filled the air, and the cheerful sounds of my clients preparing for another day on the river replaced the heavy silence of the night. No one noticed the small, private ceremony that had just taken place. To them, I was just the guide, getting the morning fire going. The rest of the trip passed as it always did. We navigated the rapids, hiked to hidden waterfalls, and at night, we sat around the campfire. On our last night, someone asked me to tell the story of Glenn and Bessie Hyde again. I took a deep breath and told it the way I always had. I told them about the honeymooners, the mysterious disappearance, the perfectly intact boat found floating in an eddy. I told them the legend, the ghost story. I let the mystery hang in the air, unsolved and unsettling, as it was meant to be. But now, when I look at the river, I see more than just water. I see a story. I see a woman's strength. I no longer think of the Hyde's disappearance as a ghost story about a couple who vanished. I think of it as the origin story of a woman who survived. Some mysteries aren't about monsters or ghosts. Some are about the darkness inside people and the quiet, incredible courage it takes to face it. I burned the diary. I gave her secret back to the canyon, the only witness that could ever be trusted to keep it. Some things are better left at the bottom of the canyon, and some spirits are better left to run the river in peace. My name is Dr. Leo Vance. To my colleagues at the university, I am a professor of astrophysics, a man who deals in quantifiable data, cosmic certainties, and the elegant mathematics of the universe. My life is one of lecture halls, peer-reviewed papers, and the quiet, sterile hum of a mainframe computer, processing stellar spectra. I find comfort in the predictable waltz of celestial bodies, in the laws of physics that govern everything from a falling apple to a collapsing star. It is a world of order, a world that makes sense. But there is another side to me, a side that the academic world does not see. This is the part of me that craves not the sterile data, but the raw, visceral experience of the cosmos. It is this side that packs my Schmidt, Cassegrain telescope, my charts, and enough supplies for a few days into the back of my worn-out Jeep and drives east from the suffocating glow of Los Angeles, chasing the darkness. My destination is always the same: Joshua Tree National Park. To the uninitiated, the desert is a barren wasteland, a hostile expanse of rock and heat. To me, it is a cathedral. During the day, the sun beats down with an unforgiving intensity, baking the very air and creating shimmering mirages on the horizon. But as dusk bleeds across the sky, painting the landscape in hues of orange, pink, and deep violet, the desert transforms. The oppressive heat gives way to a sudden, biting chill. The world falls into a profound silence, broken only by the skittering of unseen creatures and the whisper of the wind through the twisted branches of the Joshua trees, which stand like ancient, silent sentinels on the plains. It is this silence, this primordial darkness, that I seek. Out here, there is no light pollution to wash out the heavens. The Milky Way is not a faint, smudged suggestion. It is a brilliant, teeming river of light. A celestial highway so dense with stars, it seems you could reach out and scoop them up by the handful. This is where I feel most alive, and most insignificant in the best possible way. Just me, my telescope, and the infinite. On this particular trip, I had chosen a spot I'd frequented before. A remote turnout off a dirt road in the vicinity of the old Lost Horse mine. The history of the place was as stark as its landscape. It was a place born of greed and desperation, where men had toiled and died chasing veins of gold deep within the earth. The stories were part of the park's local color. Campfire tales of madness, betrayal, and lingering spirits. I'd always found them morbidly fascinating, but had filed them away under local folklore. The kind of thing you tell tourists to add a little spice to their visit. My interests, I reminded myself, were firmly fixed on the heavens above, not the haunted ground below. I began my ritual. The setup was a meticulous process, a practiced meditation. I leveled the tripod, mounted the heavy optical tube, and aligned the finder scope. The computerized mount whirred to life, its quiet hum a familiar comfort. As the last vestiges of twilight faded, I began my work, slewing the telescope from one deep sky object to another. The Andromeda Galaxy, a faint, ghostly smudge to the naked eye, resolved into a magnificent spiral city of 100 billion suns in my eyepiece. I observed the Orion Nebula, a stellar nursery where new stars were being born in clouds of incandescent gas. It was breathtaking. It was orderly. It was science. Hours passed. I was so engrossed in my cosmic tour that I barely noticed the cold seeping into my bones. It must have been well after midnight when I decided to take a break, to let my eyes rest and drink some hot coffee from my thermos. I leaned back against the cool metal of my Jeep, gazing not up, but out across the dark, rolling hills that separated me from the mine. The moon was a slender crescent, providing just enough light to sketch the jagged silhouettes of the rocks and the bristling shapes of the chala cactus. That's when I saw the first one. It was a flicker of light low on the slope of a distant hill. My first thought was rational, immediate. Headlights. Someone was driving on one of the park's unpaved access roads. But the light was wrong. It wasn't the steady, twin beams of a vehicle. It was a single soft, luminous glow, about the size of a basketball. It appeared for a moment, pulsed gently, and then vanished. I squinted, trying to pierce the darkness. My mind, the scientist's mind, began to cycle through possibilities. A hiker with a headlamp. Unlikely. The light was too diffuse, and it had appeared in a patch of incredibly rough terrain. A maze of boulders and spiny cactus that no sane person would attempt to navigate in the dark. A reflection, perhaps. Moonlight glinting off a piece of mica, rich rock, or a discarded piece of glass. Possible, but the light had seemed to have its own internal source. It didn't just reflect, it glowed. I dismissed it as an anomaly, a trick of the tired eye. I took a sip of my coffee, the warmth spreading through my chest, and turned my attention back to the landscape. And then I saw it again. This time, it was in a different location, a few hundred yards to the left of the first. And it was not alone. Another light appeared beside it, then a third. They were pale, ethereal orbs of a milky, white luminescence. They bobbed gently in the air, a few feet above the ground. Their movements fluid and unnatural. They drifted through the dense patches of chala with an eerie grace. their light seeming to pass right through the needles without casting a shadow. They were not car headlights. They were not flashlights. They were not swamp gas or ball lightning or any other meteorological phenomenon I had ever read about. My heart began to beat a little faster, a frantic bird trapped in my ribs. The scientist in me was at war with a more primal, instinctive part of my brain. This was impossible. This defied explanation. Yet there they were, I counted them. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. Soon there were dozens. An entire constellation of ghostly lights, spread across the hills, all moving with a slow, deliberate purpose. They weren't wandering randomly. As I watched, mesmerized and terrified, I began to perceive a pattern. They were converging. Their slow, silent procession was leading them, all in the same direction towards the dark, gaping maw of the abandoned, lost horse mine entrance, which I could just make out as a patch of deeper black against the hillside. My hands trembled as I abandoned my coffee. The astronomer's instinct took over, but for the first time, my target wasn't in the sky. I swiveled my large telescope, not upwards, but horizontally. I fumbled with the focus knob, my fingers clumsy with cold and adrenaline. I centered the eyepiece on the nearest, brightest orb. The view snapped into focus, and the breath caught in my throat, a strangled, silent gasp. It wasn't just a light. My rational mind, my entire understanding of the world, fractured in that single, horrifying moment. This was not a phenomenon of physics. It was something else entirely. I was no longer an astronomer observing the predictable dance of the cosmos. I was a witness to something ancient and impossible, and the cold that settled over me had nothing to do with the desert night. The campfire stories were wrong. They weren't just stories. And the truth, I was beginning to realize, was infinitely more terrifying. Inside the sphere of milky, phosphorescent light was a face. It wasn't a reflection, nor was it a projection. It was suspended within the orb's core, like a specimen in a jar of formaldehyde. The magnification of my telescope brought every horrific detail into sharp, undeniable relief. It was the face of a man, gaunt and skeletal, with sunken cheeks and eyes that were wide, hollow pits of blackness. A thick, matted beard, caked with what looked like dust and grime, covered the lower half of his face. His skin was translucent, glowing with the same ethereal light as the orb that contained him, revealing the faint, web-like tracery of veins beneath. But it was his mouth that held my gaze, that burned itself into my mind. It was stretched open in a rictus of pure, undiluted terror, a silent scream that had been held for an eternity. There was no sound, of course, but I could feel it. I could feel the raw, sonic power of that, unending shriek vibrating in the marrow of my bones. It was the expression of a soul pushed beyond the limits of fear into a state of perpetual agony. This was not the ghost of a miner. This was a cage, a prison of light, and the inmate was in hell. I recoiled from the eyepiece as if I'd received an electric shock, stumbling backward and knocking over my folding chair. My breath came in ragged, painful gasps. The cold desert air burned my lungs. My mind, the orderly, logical mind of a scientist, was scrabbling for purchase, trying to find a foothold of reason in a sheer cliff face of insanity. It couldn't be. It could not be. Hallucination. Hypoxia from the altitude. A waking dream brought on by fatigue. Any explanation, no matter how improbable, was preferable to the truth my eyes had just shown me. With trembling hands, I forced myself back to the telescope. I needed to be sure. I needed to disprove it. I swung the optical tube, aiming it at another orb, one that was drifting lazily near a large granite boulder. I tuned the focus, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Another face. This one was different, younger, but the horror was the same. His eyes were squeezed shut, his face contorted in a mask of unimaginable pain, as if he were being subjected to some unspeakable, unending torture. I moved to a third orb, and a fourth. Each one held a soul. Each one was a prison. Gaunt, bearded faces, frozen in silent screams. Their spectral forms trapped within these glowing, bobbing spheres. The ghosts of the old miners who had perished in the Lost Horse Mine. The campfire stories were true in their essence, but they had missed the most terrifying part. They weren't haunting the mine. They were trapped by it, or by whatever force was at play here. I lowered myself to the ground, my back against the tire of my Jeep, the telescope forgotten. The sheer number of them was staggering. Dozens upon dozens, a silent, floating congregation of the damned. Their slow, inexorable procession towards the mine entrance was not a haunting, it was a summons. They were being gathered. As I sat there, paralyzed by a fear so profound it felt like a physical weight, a new light appeared. It was different from the orbs. It didn't rise from the hills or emerge from the rocks. It descended from the sky. At first, I mistook it for a satellite or a high-altitude aircraft, a familiar point of light moving across the starfield. But it grew steadily brighter, and its trajectory was wrong. It wasn't moving across the sky, it was coming down. It was not a star. It was not a meteor. It was something else. The light it cast was not the pale, milky white of the soul orbs. It was a brilliant, piercing blue, white so intense it hurt to look at directly. It washed out the stars around it, creating a halo of artificial daylight in the heart of the midnight desert. It descended with a silent, majestic grace that was utterly terrifying. It stopped its descent perhaps 1,000 feet above the hills, directly over the entrance to the Lost Horse Mine. It pulsed, a slow, rhythmic beat of intense light, and with each pulse, a low, sub-audible hum vibrated through the ground, a frequency I felt more in my teeth and bones than I heard with my ears. Then, the procession of the orbs changed. Their slow, meandering drift was replaced by a sudden, urgent motion. They began to float upwards, drawn from their positions among the chala and the rocks, accelerating towards the brilliant, pulsing object in the sky. It was exactly like watching moths drawn to a flame, but stripped of any natural innocence. This was not an attraction, it was a harvest. One by one, the orbs rose into the air. Through my telescope, which I had somehow found the will to look through again, I watched as they approached the larger light. As each small orb got close, it seemed to stretch, its form elongating as if being pulled by an immense gravitational or magnetic force. The faces within twisted, their silent screams contorting into new shapes of agony. Then, with a final, silent flash, the orb would be absorbed into the larger, white light, vanishing completely. One after another, a soul from the desert floor, trapped for who knows how long, was drawn up, stretched, and consumed. It was a factory line of spiritual annihilation. I was witnessing something that no human being was ever meant to see. This wasn't a haunting. This was a feeding. Or perhaps it was something even worse, a collection, a periodic rounding up of stray souls by forces we cannot even begin to comprehend. That was the moment my scientific curiosity finally died, strangled by a wave of pure, primal terror. I was no longer an observer. I was an intruder, a witness. And in the silent, all-encompassing light of that impossible object, I felt terrifyingly, hopelessly visible. The thought that it might know I was here, that it might see me, was enough to break my paralysis. "Get out," I whispered, the words a dry rasp in my throat. Get out now. My meticulous, practiced ritual of packing up my equipment was abandoned. I tore at the telescope mount with frantic, clumsy hands, not caring if I stripped the gears. The heavy optical tube, my pride and joy, was unceremoniously yanked from its cradle and thrown into the back of the Jeep, cushioned only by a sleeping bag. The tripod was collapsed with a clatter of metal on metal that sounded deafeningly loud in the humming silence. Eyepieces, star charts, my thermos of coffee, everything was swept into a bag and tossed in after the telescope. Every nerve in my body was screaming. My skin crawled with the feeling of being watched by a million unseen eyes. I didn't dare look back up at the sky. I kept my eyes on my hands, on the frantic, desperate task of escape. I fumbled for my keys, my fingers feeling like fat, useless sausages. The key scraped against the lock of the driver's side door. I finally got it open, threw myself inside, and slammed it shut, the sound echoing my own frantic heartbeat. The engine turned over with a roar that felt like a betrayal, announcing my presence to the entire desert. I didn't bother with the headlights. The ambient glow from the thing in the sky was more than enough to see by. I slammed the Jeep into gear and stomped on the accelerator. The tires spun in the loose dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust before finally finding purchase. I wrenched the wheel, turning the Jeep back towards the dirt road, and sped away from the Lost Horse Mine, away from the silent, screaming faces and the terrible, beautiful light that had come to collect them. I drove with a reckless abandon I didn't know I possessed, bouncing over rocks and through washes. My only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. Only when I hit the blessed asphalt of the main park road did I dare to flick on my headlights and glance in the rearview mirror. The hills were dark. The impossible blue, white light was gone. The sky was once again filled with only the familiar, comforting light of the stars. But they were no longer comforting. They were no longer just predictable balls of gas burning billions of miles away. The space between them was no longer empty. It was filled with a new and terrible possibility. I had looked into the darkness, and something had looked back. I don't remember much of the drive back to Los Angeles. It's a black hole in my memory, a frantic blur of asphalt and headlights. I must have been running on pure adrenaline, my hands locked onto the steering wheel in a death grip, my eyes scanning the rearview mirror, every few seconds, half expecting to see that terrible blue, white light pursuing me. The 2-hour drive felt like a lifetime, and an instant all at once. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the first hints of dawn were staining the eastern sky, a sickly gray, a pale imitation of the cosmic spectacle I had once cherished. My home, usually a sanctuary of quiet order, felt alien. The familiar scent of old books and brewing coffee did nothing to soothe my frayed nerves. I locked the door, drew all the curtains, and stood trembling in the artificial twilight of my living room. The silence here was different from the silence of the desert. It was heavy, suffocating, filled with the echo of that silent, eternal scream. I didn't unpack the Jeep. The thought of touching my telescope, the instrument that had served as my window to this new, horrific reality, made me physically ill. I left it in the back, shrouded in its sleeping bag like a corpse. sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them. The gaunt, bearded faces, suspended in their prisons of light, their mouths stretched in that rictus of agony. I would see the younger man, his face a mask of torture, and the brilliant blue, white light, beautiful and monstrous, consuming them one by one. I would jolt awake, my heart pounding, the low audible hum from the desert vibrating in my bones. I started leaving the lights on when I slept, a childish defense against a darkness that was no longer merely the absence of light. Returning to the university was a special kind of hell. I walked the familiar halls, delivered my lectures on stellar evolution and galactic formation, and met with students, all while feeling like an imposter. I was a ghost haunting the shell of my former life. The world of quantifiable data and cosmic certainties had been a comforting lie. How could I speak of the predictable waltz, the celestial bodies, when I knew what lurked in the spaces between them? How could I discuss the search for extraterrestrial intelligence when I had seen what that intelligence does to the souls of men? My colleagues noticed the change. "Leo, you look terrible." One of them, a jovial radio astronomer named Dr. Eris Thorne, remarked over lunch. Late night at the observatory. I just nodded, unable to form a coherent response. How could I tell him? How could I say, "Actually, Eris, I witnessed a celestial entity harvesting the trapped souls of long, dead miners in Joshua Tree"? How was your Tuesday? They would have thought I'd lost my mind. They would have had me committed. And the worst part was, I wasn't entirely sure they would be wrong. My own mind felt like a fragile, fractured thing. Was it possible I had imagined it all? A stress-induced psychotic break in the middle of the desert. I clung to that possibility like a drowning man to a splinter of wood. I began a new, secret line of research. I spent my nights not poring over stellar spectra, but digging through medical journals and psychology textbooks. I read about visual migraines, temporal lobe epilepsy, the effects of isolation and sensory deprivation on the human psyche. I wanted, so desperately, to find a rational, clinical explanation for what I had seen. A neat little box to put the horror in, to label it hallucination, and file it away forever. But it was no use. The memory was too vivid, too detailed, too internally consistent. The progression from the single orb, to the dozens, to their convergence on the mine, to the arrival of the harvester. It was a narrative, a sequence of events. Hallucinations are rarely so orderly. And then there was the hum, the physical sensation that had vibrated through the very ground. My mind could have fabricated the lights, but could it have fabricated that? My scientific research having failed me, I turned to the only other source I had, the folklore. I went back to the stories of the Lost Horse Mine. But this time, I wasn't a detached academic observer. I was a desperate man searching for corroboration. I dug deeper, past the tourist-friendly ghost stories, into old newspaper archives, town records, and obscure local histories. I found whispers, vague accounts from the late 19th century of prospectors talking about strange lights in the hills, of men who went into the mines and came out, changed, rambling about screaming stars, and the sky coming down to take them. They were dismissed as madmen, their rantings attributed to gold fever or bad liquor. But I knew better. They had seen it too. My search expanded. I began looking into other national parks, places known for their dark skies and their high numbers of unexplained disappearances. The missing 411 phenomenon, a subject I'd once dismissed as conspiracy, mongering now seemed chillingly plausible. I cross-referenced dates of disappearances with astronomical charts and local reports of strange lights. A pattern began to emerge, faint and terrifying. A hiker vanishes in the Great Smoky Mountains around the same time a local family reports a silent, blue star hovering over a ridge. A seasoned hunter disappears in the wilds of Montana. Weeks after campers complain about floating lanterns in the woods. These weren't just parks. They were preserves, yes, but not just for wildlife. They were dark places, untouched by the light pollution of our cities. They were quiet. They were remote. They were perfect hunting grounds. The truth settled upon me not like a sudden revelation, but like a slow, creeping frost. What I saw was not a unique event. It was a process, a cycle, a harvest, and it had been happening for a very, very long time. We, humanity, with our science and our religions and our philosophies, were like ants scurrying on a picnic blanket, completely oblivious to the giants who had laid it out. The universe was not empty and indifferent. It was populated, and some of its inhabitants looked upon us not as equals, but as a resource, a crop to be periodically tended and reaped. The souls of those who died in these lonely places, the lost and the forgotten, were the grain. I haven't been back to the desert. My telescope sits in the garage collecting dust. I can no longer look at the night sky without a profound sense of dread. The stars are no longer beautiful to me. They are the eyes of things I cannot comprehend, watching, waiting. My colleagues have stopped asking if I'm okay. They just give me worried, pitying looks in the hallway. My life as a respected academic is over. I know that now. I am left with a choice. I can try to forget. I can seek psychiatric help, let them medicate the memories away, and try to piece together the shattered remnants of my old life. Or I can accept the terrible knowledge that has been forced upon me. I can accept that I am one of the few people on Earth who has peeked behind the curtain and seen the awful truth of our existence. Some things in the desert sky aren't meant to be seen, but I have seen them, and I cannot unsee. The question now, the one that keeps me awake in my brightly lit room, is what I am going to do about it. The fear is still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but beneath it something new is growing, a cold, burning anger, a sense of responsibility. I am no longer just an astronomer. I am a witness, and my testimony has just begun. My name is Rebecca Shaw, though for the first 2 decades of my life, everyone who mattered simply called me Becky. It's a name that feels like a relic now, a ghost from a past I've spent my adult years trying to outrun. At 29, I live a life of meticulous order. I'm an archival assistant for a small university library, a job where my world is contained within acid, free boxes, and the hushed rustle of aging paper. I find comfort in the linear, the documented, the events that can be cross-referenced and verified. My life is a fortress built of facts and quiet routines, and I've constructed it for one reason: to keep the one unexplainable, terrifying memory of my childhood locked away. But memories are not documents. They don't stay in their boxes. The memory, the one that serves as the central axis upon which my entire existence precariously spins, is from when I was 7 years old. It was the summer of 1999, a time that for most people evokes a sense of pre-millennium optimism and blissful ignorance. For me, it was the year my family took a road trip to Zion National Park in Utah. My father, a man whose love was expressed through grand gestures and meticulously planned itineraries, saw the trip as a pilgrimage into the heart of the American West. He had maps highlighted in yellow and a list of trails he was determined we would conquer. My mother, ever the pragmatist, packed enough bandages to outfit a field hospital and enough snacks to sustain a small army. She worried constantly, a low, level hum of anxiety that was the background music of my childhood. And then there was me, Becky, a child with scraped knees and a head full of daydreams. I was, by all accounts, a clumsy kid. Not in a way that suggested any underlying medical issue, but in the way a child who is more interested in the texture of a beetle's shell or the pattern of clouds than the placement of their own feet is clumsy. I lived in a world slightly adjacent to everyone else's, a place of wonder and distraction that often had painful, physical consequences. I remember the drive to Zion more in feelings than in specific images. The sticky vinyl of the backseat of our Ford Explorer, the taste of lukewarm juice boxes, the endless drone of the highway punctuated by my father's enthusiastic narration of roadside geology. But when we arrived, the feelings sharpened into awe. Zion was not like the gentle, rolling hills of our home in the Midwest. It was a place of raw, brutal beauty. The canyon walls were colossal titans of red and white rock, soaring into a sky so piercingly blue it hurt to look at. They were ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to the small, fleeting lives of the tourists crawling along their base. The scale of it was terrifying, but it was a thrilling terror, the kind that makes you feel alive and impossibly small all at once. The day of the incident, we were hiking the Emerald Pools Trail. It was hot, the kind of dry, oppressive heat that seems to bake the very air you breathe. The trail was crowded at the start, a line of brightly colored shirts and clicking cameras. But as we climbed higher, the path narrowed and the crowds thinned. Soon, it was just the three of us, the sound of our footsteps crunching on the dusty path, and the vast, humming silence of the canyon. My father was in the lead, pointing out a formation he called the Weeping Rock. My mother was behind me, her voice a gentle reminder to watch your step, Becky, and stay away from the edge. I was, for a moment, trying to obey. But then I saw it, a lizard perched on a rock just off the trail. It was a brilliant turquoise, a living jewel against the rust-colored stone. I forgot my mother's warnings, forgot the dizzying drop just a few feet away. In my 7-year-old mind, there was only the lizard. I took a single, fateful step off the main path, onto what I thought was solid ground. It wasn't. It was a patch of loose scree, small pebbles that acted like marbles under my worn sneakers. The world tilted. There was no time to scream, no time to even register the mistake. One moment, I was captivated by the lizard. The next, I was airborne. The initial sensation was not fear, but a strange, detached surprise. The feeling of falling is a cliché until it happens to you. The wind wasn't just rushing past my ears. It was a physical force, a roaring vacuum pulling me down. I saw a blur of red rock, a flash of my father's horrified face turning towards me, my mother's hand reaching out for nothing. Her scream finally pierced my bubble of shock, a raw, animal sound that echoed against the canyon walls. It was that sound that told me I was going to die. Then, a violent jolt. My breath was punched from my lungs. The fall stopped as suddenly as it had begun. I was dangling, swinging sickeningly in the open air. I twisted my head, my neck screaming in protest, and saw the cause of my salvation, the hem of my favorite sundress. A cheap cotton thing with yellow flowers on it had snagged on the gnarled, dead branch of a tree, growing impossibly from the cliff face. The fabric was groaning, the threads straining under my weight. I was a pendulum marking the most terrifying seconds of my life. Below me, the canyon floor was a dizzying, abstract painting of greens and browns. Above, my parents were hysterical. Their voices were a frantic, overlapping mess of screams and sobs. I could see them on the ledge, my father on his stomach, inching towards the edge, my mother on her knees, her face buried in her hands. They were so close, yet they were in another world. They couldn't reach me. Tears streamed down my face, mixing with the dust and sweat. Every small gust of wind made me sway, and with every sway, I heard the sickening sound of tearing fabric. I knew it wouldn't hold for long. I closed my eyes, waiting for the final rip, the final fall. And then she was there. It wasn't that I saw her approach. There was no sound of footsteps on the gravel, no warning. One moment, I was alone in my terror. The next, a presence was beside me. I opened my eyes. Standing on a sliver of ledge no wider than a balance beam, a place that should not have been able to hold a person, was a woman. She was calm. In a situation defined by panic and chaos, her serenity was the most jarring thing I had ever witnessed. She wore a simple, sleeveless white dress, the kind of thing one might wear to a summer picnic. It was immaculate, unstained by the red dust of the canyon. Her face was kind, etched with soft lines around her eyes, and her hair was pulled back in a simple, unadorned bun. She looked at me not with alarm, but with a gentle, reassuring focus, as if finding a child dangling over a deadly drop was a perfectly normal occurrence. She reached out a hand. It was not a frantic grab, but a slow, deliberate gesture. "It's all right," she said. Her voice was like her presence, calm, clear, and utterly out of place. It cut through my parents' panicked cries and the sound of the wind. She leaned over the edge with an impossible grace, her feet steady on the precarious rock. With one hand, she held the branch, and with the other, she carefully, methodically, unhooked my dress. There was no struggle. The fabric, which had held my entire weight, came free in her fingers as if it were a simple button. She pulled me in, lifting me with a strength that seemed effortless, and set me down on the ledge beside her. As if I weighed nothing at all, I scrambled away from the edge, pressing myself against the rock wall, sobbing. The woman turned her gaze up towards my parents. "Her name is Becky," she said, her voice carrying easily across the gap. My parents froze. They hadn't said my name. In their terror, they had only screamed. My father found his voice. "Who are you? How did you get there?" The woman gave a small, serene smile. "My name is Margaret," she said. Then, without another word, she turned and walked along the tiny ledge, disappearing around a sharp bend in the rock. It took my parents a few minutes to get to me, to navigate the treacherous path down to where I was. When they finally held me, their relief was a tangible, shuddering force. After they were sure I was unhurt, my father, driven by a desperate need to thank our mysterious savior, scrambled to the bend in the rock where Margaret had vanished. There was nothing. The trail continued, narrow and empty. There were no side paths, no caves, no crevices. Just a sheer rock face on one side and a 1,000-foot drop on the other. There was nowhere she could have gone. She had simply walked around a corner and ceased to exist. I am 29 now. I have never been back to Zion. I am afraid to. Not of the heights, not of the fall, but of her. I don't believe Margaret was a ghost, a helpful spirit of the canyon. In my heart, in the place where my deepest, most irrational fears reside, I believe she was something else. An angel, perhaps. And I am utterly, bone-chillingly terrified to find out why I was worth saving. The rest of our vacation in Zion was a waking nightmare cloaked in forced normalcy. My father, a man who worshipped schedules and plans, abandoned his highlighted maps. My mother, whose anxiety had always been a low hum, now vibrated with a silent, frantic terror. We cut the trip short by 3 days, the official reason being that I wasn't feeling well, a lie that felt thin and brittle even to my 7-year-old ears. The truth was that the canyon had become a monstrous, watchful entity. Every shadow seemed to hold a flicker of a white dress. Every gust of wind seemed to whisper a name we couldn't bring ourselves to speak. Margaret. We never spoke of her. Not once. On the long, quiet drive home, I sat in the back seat, clutching the frayed hem of my sundress, which my mother had quietly packed away. I wanted to ask, to scream the questions that were burning inside me. Did you see her? Was she real? Where did she go? But one look at my parents' faces in the rearview mirror, pale, strained masks of people performing a role, told me that the subject was sealed. A new, unspoken rule had been added to our family's constitution. The events of the Emerald Pool's trail did not happen. The woman named Margaret did not exist. My life was not saved, it was simply not lost. This silence became a poison that seeped into the foundations of our family. My parents' love for me, once a source of comfort, became suffocating. I was no longer just clumsy Becky. I was fragile, a precious object that had almost been shattered. I was pulled from gymnastics, forbidden from climbing trees, and watched with an unnerving intensity at the playground. My father's grand gestures ceased, replaced by a quiet, fearful observation. My mother's worrying became an art form. She could envision 1,000 potential disasters in a simple walk to the corner store. They were trying to protect me. But what they were really doing was building a cage of their fear around me, and the memory of Margaret was the ghost that rattled its bars. As I grew older, the memory itself began to feel untrustworthy, like a dream that fades upon waking. Did she really appear out of nowhere? Was her dress truly so white? Did she really lift me with such impossible strength? The lack of external validation made me question my own sanity. In my teenage years, I tried to breach the wall of silence twice. The first time, at 14, I asked my mother, "Do you remember that woman in Zion? The one who helped me?" She was washing dishes, and her hands froze in the soapy water. She turned, wiped her hands on a towel with slow, deliberate movements, and said, "You hit your head when you fell, Becky." It was a very confusing day. The finality in her tone was absolute. The conversation was over before it began. The second time was with my father, a year later. We were watching a documentary about rock climbers. "Dad," I started, my heart hammering. "That woman, Margaret. She was standing on a ledge just like that. How do you think she did it?" He didn't look away from the television. His jaw tightened. "Rebecca," he said, and the use of my full name was a warning shot. Some things are better left in the past. And that was that. I was no longer Becky. In their desperate attempt to bury the past, they had begun to bury the child I was. I learned to do the same. I became Rebecca. Rebecca was serious, studious, and careful. Rebecca didn't chase lizards or daydream on the edge of canyons. Rebecca built a fortress. My choice to become an archivist was no accident. It was a subconscious attempt to impose order, on a life defined by an inexplicable event. In the library's special collections, everything had a place, a history, a record. A letter from the 19th century was real. Its ink, its paper, its postmark, they were verifiable facts. They couldn't be dismissed as a bump on the head or something best left in the past. My work was my sanctuary, a quiet rebellion against the ambiguity that haunted me. I spent my days preserving other people's histories, all while meticulously curating and suppressing my own. For years, it worked. The fear of Zion, of Margaret, of the question of my own worth, receded to a dull ache. It was always there, but I learned to live with it. But the fortress I had built was not impregnable. Cracks began to appear 2 months ago. It started with an online article I stumbled upon during a lunch break, titled, "Vanished Without a Trace: The Unsolved Disappearances of America's National Parks." It was a macabre curiosity that drew me in, the same way one might slow down to look at a car crash. The article detailed several cases, but one, in particular, made the hair on my arms stand up. A young man named David Paulides, a former police officer turned investigative journalist, had been compiling and analyzing thousands of cases of people who had vanished in national parks under bizarre circumstances. The article mentioned his Missing 411 project, noting the strange clusters of disappearances and the odd, often illogical details surrounding them. A cold dread, familiar and sharp, pierced through the careful layers of my adult life. That night, I went down a rabbit hole. I found forums, Reddit threads, and YouTube channels dedicated to the missing 411 phenomena. I read stories of toddlers vanishing from just feet away from their parents, of experienced hunters disappearing from familiar territory, of search parties finding bodies in areas they'd already cleared multiple times. The stories were varied, but they often shared unsettling commonalities. The victims were often of German descent, wearing brightly colored clothing, and disappeared near granite boulders or berry bushes. The weather would inexplicably turn bad, and search dogs would mysteriously fail to pick up a scent. I told myself it was just a morbid fascination, a professional interest in strange historical patterns. But I was lying. I was looking for her. I was looking for any mention of a rescue, of a mysterious woman in white. I spent weeks of sleepless nights scrolling through databases of the missing. My archivist skills now turned to a deeply personal and terrifying purpose. I found nothing. No stories matched mine. My hope, if you could call it that, began to wane. Maybe my parents were right. Maybe it was just a strange, traumatic memory distorted by a child's imagination. Then, last night, I found it. It wasn't in a database of the missing. It was buried deep in a digitized archive of a small, local newspaper from St. George, Utah, dated October 1973. The quality was poor, the text barely legible. It was a short, human interest piece about the Park Service, issuing a warning to hikers to stay on marked trails. To illustrate the point, the article recounted a recent, fortunate incident. A family from California had been hiking near the West Rim Trail in Zown. Their 9-year-old son, chasing a butterfly, had slipped from the path and fallen, his jacket catching on a scrub oak, leaving him dangling over a sheer drop. My blood ran cold. I read the next lines with trembling hands. As the boy's father tried desperately to reach him, a woman appeared, as if from the stone itself. She calmed the frantic parents, walked effortlessly along a dangerous, narrow ledge, and lifted the boy to safety. When the father asked for her name so he could thank her, she smiled kindly and gave only one. Margaret. Before they could ask more, she walked around a bend and vanished. The park rangers were baffled. No one by that name was registered as working or staying in the park, and no other hikers reported seeing her. The article concluded by calling her a trail angel. I stared at the screen, the hum of my computer the only sound in my silent apartment. 1973. 26 years before my own fall. A different child, but the details were identical. The impossible appearance, the simple name, the calm demeanor, the inexplicable disappearance. She hadn't been an angel sent for me. I wasn't special. I was just one in a series. My rescue wasn't a miracle, it was a pattern. And the terrifying question that had haunted my entire life, why was I worth saving, was suddenly replaced by a far more horrifying one. Saving for what? Sleep did not come that night. The fortress I had meticulously built over 2 years crumbled in an instant, brought down by a faded, low-quality newspaper article. The silence in my apartment, once a shield, now roared with terrifying possibilities. The question, why was I worth saving, once a heavy, defining burden, now seemed naive and simplistic compared to the new one that had taken its place. Saved for what? That question circled in my mind like a caged animal. Margaret was not a guardian spirit sent for me specifically. She was a pattern, a recurring phenomenon, and I was just another data point in her chilling set. My rescue wasn't an act of mercy, it was a transaction, and I had no idea what the price was. The thought that I had been selected, or marked, for something later sent a colder dread through me than the memory of the fall itself. Dawn arrived with a bleak, gray light filtering through my window, and with it came a cold clarity. I could not go back to my life. The idea of working in the archives, of ordering other people's histories while my own was threatening to consume me, was no longer possible. The fear I had spent a lifetime suppressing had transformed. It was no longer a traumatic memory. It was an active mystery, and I had to solve it. My archivist's instincts took over. I had to lead the article from October 1973, a 9-year-old boy from California, and the name Margaret. I opened my laptop again, my hands steadier now with purpose. I got to work, not as the frightened Rebecca Shaw, but as a determined researcher. I spent days lost in digital records. I scoured census databases, old phone books, and school archives from 1970s California. It was tedious, like searching for a needle in a haystack of data. But fear had become a powerful fuel for my diligence. Finally, after 3 solid days of searching, I found a possible match. A family with the surname Peterson from Sacramento had filed a temporary missing person report for their 9-year-old son in Zion National Park in October 1973. The report stated the boy was found a short time later, unharmed. The boy's name was Daniel. My heart hammered. A search for a modern-day Daniel Peterson brought up dozens of hits, but only one was the right age. He would be in his late 50s now, and lived not far from Sacramento. I found a phone number associated with his address. I stared at the 10 digits for nearly an hour. The fear returned, the fear of the unknown. What would I say? Hello, you don't know me, but were you by any chance rescued by a mysterious angel when you were 9? It sounded insane. Finally, I summoned my courage and dialed, each ring a beat of my own heart in my chest. After 4 rings, a man's voice answered. Hello. Hello, I said, my voice trembling. May I speak with Daniel Peterson, please? This is he said, his tone wary. Who's calling? I took a deep breath. You don't know me. My name is Rebecca Shaw. I know this is going to sound incredibly strange, but I'm doing some research into an incident that happened in Zion National Park a long time ago. In October of 1973, there was a dead silence on the line. I thought he'd hung up, but then he spoke, his voice lower, changed. How do you know about that? I found an old newspaper article. I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. It said you fell. I didn't fall, he corrected instantly. I was saved. Yes, I whispered, by a woman named Margaret. I heard him exhale heavily through the phone. God, I haven't heard that name in, I don't know, 40 years. Yes, she saved me. I remember it like it was yesterday. She came out of nowhere. That white dress, she had no business being out there. And she disappeared afterwards. I asked, already knowing the answer. Yeah, vanished. My dad went crazy. He looked for her, but there was nothing. He paused. Why are you calling, Miss Shaw? Why are you digging this up? This was the moment of truth. Because the same thing happened to me, I said, in 1999. In Zion, I was 7 years old, and she saved me, too. The silence that followed was heavy with disbelief and shared understanding. No way, he said finally. I always thought I was the only one. I thought, I must have imagined the weirdest parts of it. Me too, I admitted, feeling a strange relief at sharing this burden. But Daniel, I have to ask you, afterwards, did anything strange happen to you or your family? His tone darkened. Strange. You mean like the nightmares I've had nearly every night, for 50 years of falling into that canyon? Or the constant feeling of being watched whenever I'm in the woods? Yeah. You could say things have been strange. Was there anything else? I pressed, feeling like I was getting close to the edge of a terrible truth. He hesitated. Look, Miss Shaw, I don't know who you are or what you want. I just want to understand, I pleaded. Please. He sighed again. The sound of a tired man. 2 years after Zion, my family went camping in the Sierras. I had a little sister, Emily. She was 6. His voice broke. She disappeared from our tent during the night. 1 minute she was there, the next she was gone. They searched for weeks. Search and rescue DAWS volunteers, nothing. Not a track, not a scent, not a thing. It was like the ground just swallowed her up. An icy cold spread through my body, leaving me numb. It wasn't an exchange. It was a harvest. Margaret didn't save children. She selected families. She saved one, to take another later. A horrifying thought crystallized in my mind. My parents. The cage of fear they built around me wasn't just because I had almost died. It was because some deep instinct told them something worse was coming, and keeping me close, always, was the only way they knew how to stop it. Miss Shaw, you still there? Daniel's voice broke through my trance. Yes, I'm here, I said, getting to my feet and walking to my window. I have to go. Thank you for talking to me, Daniel. I hung up before he could say more. I looked out my window but didn't see the familiar cityscape. I saw the red cliffs of Zion. I saw a pristine white dress and the serene smile of the woman who had saved my life. I understood now. I hadn't been saved for some higher purpose. I was deferred interest on a debt, a postponed sacrifice. And I knew with a terrifying certainty that hiding in my archive, living my careful life, wasn't going to save me. There was only one way to face this. I turned back to my laptop, pulled up my browser, and typed in a new search. Not for old newspapers or public records. For the next flight to Utah, I'm going back to Zion. Not as a victim, but as a hunter. I'm going to find Margaret. I don't know what I'll find there, or what I'll do if I find her. But I know one thing. I will not be another name on a list of the missing. I will not let her collect her debt quietly, whatever the cost. My name is Dr. Eva Rostova, and I am a field geologist. To be more precise, I am a petrologist with a specialization in impact structures. For the better part of my career, I have dedicated myself to the study of terrestrial scars left by extraterrestrial visitors. The craters and astrogleams that dot our planet's surface like cosmic chickenpox. It is a field that demands a unique blend of rigorous scientific discipline and, if I am being honest, a touch of romanticism. One must be able to analyze the shock, metamorphism in a quartz grain under a microscope with the same passion as one feels standing on the rim of a vast, ancient wound in the earth, imagining the cataclysmic violence of its birth. For 15 years, this passion has been focused on a single, enduring enigma, the Ogival Dome in Canyonlands National Park, Utah. To the casual tourist, it is a spectacular, if perplexing, geological feature. A 3-mile-wide circular crater where rock layers that should be deep underground are thrust violently upward into a chaotic, multicolored dome. To the geological community, however, it is a battleground of ideas, a debate that has raged for decades. The prevailing, more conservative theory posits that the dome is a salt diapir. The hypothesis suggests a massive, buried deposit of salt from the Paradox Formation, under immense pressure from overlying rock, punched upward like a slow-motion fist, deforming the strata above it. It's a clean, terrestrial explanation. It is logical. It is well supported by regional geology, and to my mind, it is utterly and completely wrong. My conviction lies with the far more dramatic and far more elegant impact theory. I contend that approximately 60 million years ago, a meteorite perhaps a third of a mile in diameter screamed through the primordial atmosphere and struck this very spot. The resulting explosion would have been incomprehensible, an event of pure, raw power that vaporized the impactor and flash, melted the earth, causing the rock beneath to rebound, creating the central uplift we see today. The evidence, I have always argued, is written in the rocks themselves. The presence of shatter cones, the shocked quartz, the sheer, brutal deformation that a salt dome simply cannot account for. Proving this theory is more than just an academic pursuit. It has become my personal Everest, the culmination of my life's work. That is why I am here. Not on a comfortable university grant with a team of graduate students, but on a self-funded, solo expedition. The larger institutions had grown tired of my proposals, favoring research with more predictable outcomes. The salt dome theory is sufficient. Eva, my old mentor, told me, his tone laced with a gentle pity that was more infuriating than any outright rejection. But I knew that to find the definitive proof, the smoking gun, I had to go deeper than anyone had before, into the very heart of the dome. My base camp is a small, sun-bleached tent pitched near the crater rim, a tiny speck of nylon in an overwhelming wilderness of stone and sky. The silence out here is a physical presence. It is not merely an absence of noise, but a profound, ancient quiet that presses in on you, broken only by the whisper of the wind scouring the sandstone or the distant cry of a hawk. For days, I have been systematically working my way down, using a series of ropes and anchors to rappel into the crater's core. The air grows warmer as I descend, the red and white rock walls closing in, creating a natural amphitheater of geological violence. The rock here is unlike anything I have ever seen. It is a geologist's nightmare and dream combined. Strata that should be horizontal are bent into vertical, even overturned, positions. The sandstone is fractured and brecciated, shattered into a billion pieces, and then fused back together by unimaginable heat and pressure. Every sample I take, every photograph I log, screams impact to me. The story of a salt dome is a gentle narrative of pressure over millennia. This is a single, horrifying sentence written in an instant of cosmic fury. Today, I reached my target, a sheer wall near the geographic center of the uplift, a place my ground penetrating radar had flagged as an anomaly. The data suggested a lens of unusually dense material, buried about 20 feet behind the rock face. It could have been a concentration of iron, rich minerals, but my hope, the wild, career-defining hope, was that it was a fragment of the impactor itself, a piece of the meteorite, preserved deep within the structure it created. The work was arduous. Suspended in my harness, I used a core drill to bore into the rock, the high-pitched whine echoing unnervingly in the enclosed space. The sun beat down on the canyon rim far above, but here in the depths I was in shadow, the air thick with the smell of pulverized rock and my own sweat. Hours passed. I drilled, I hammered, I chipped away at the stubborn sandstone. My world reduced to the few feet of rock in front of me. Then came the sound. It was not the familiar ring of a hammer on sedimentary rock. It was a dull, resonant clunk, a sound of metal. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that drowned out the desert silence. My first thought was mundane, a piece of old mining equipment, perhaps, or a survey marker from a previous geological team. Though no records of such an expedition existed. With trembling hands, I set down the hammer and began to clear away the debris with my fingers. The dust was fine and red. Beneath it, something dark and impossibly smooth began to emerge. It was not the pitted, rusted texture of iron or steel. This was something else entirely. As I cleared more rock, the scale of it became apparent. It was not a piece of debris. It was a panel, perfectly flat, its edges disappearing into the surrounding rock. It was perhaps 4 feet high and, from what I could tell, at least as wide. The material was a deep, matty black that seemed to drink the ambient light, and it was cold. Not the simple coolness of rock in shadow, but a profound energy, bleaching cold that felt unnatural to the touch. There were no seams, no rivets, no welds. It was a single, seamless piece of what I could only describe as metal, yet it bore no resemblance to any known element or alloy. I ran my gloved fingers over its surface. It was perfectly, unnervingly smooth. My scientific mind was racing, trying to categorize, to explain. Was it a piece of a highly advanced probe? A fragment of a satellite that had been buried by a rock slide? None of it made sense. The rock encasing it was the channel formation, laid down over 200 million years ago. This object was not in the rock. The rock had formed around it. A strange curiosity, stronger than any fear, compelled me. I pulled off my glove, needing to feel it with my bare skin. The moment my fingertips made contact with the cold, black surface, 2 things happened simultaneously. First, I felt a vibration. It was not a tremor in the ground, but a low, thrumming hum that resonated directly from the panel into the bones of my hand, traveling up my arm. It was like touching the casing of a massive, silent, but functioning machine. Second, a light appeared. A hairline seam, glowing with a soft, internal, blue-white light, traced a perfect rectangle on the panel's surface. It wasn't a projected light. It was emanating from within the material itself. I snatched my hand back as if burned, my breath catching in my throat. I stared, mesmerized and terrified, at the glowing rectangle. And then, the third thing happened. The most impossible thing. I heard a sound. Except it wasn't a sound. It did not enter through my ears. It was a thought, a concept, an idea, planted directly and forcefully into the center of my consciousness. It was composed of a language I had never heard, yet I understood it with perfect, chilling clarity. It was not a welcome. It was not a greeting. It was a command, cold and absolute, devoid of any emotion save for an infinite, wary authority. LAV.
Tas! Not far! You.
The words, the concepts, were stark, separate, like massive stone pillars in my mind. The force of it made me physically recoil, my back bumping against the opposite rock wall. My carefully constructed scientific worldview, the bedrock of my entire life, shattered into a million pieces. The competing theories of the Epheval Dumb's origin were both wrong. They were childishly, laughably inadequate. This was not an impact crater. This was not a salt dome. This was a tomb, or a prison, and I, Dr. Eva Rostova, in my arrogant search for scientific glory, had just knocked on the door. For a long moment, I didn't move. I remained pressed against the rough sandstone wall, my body rigid, my mind a maelstrom of pure, undiluted terror. The silence that rushed back in, to fill the void left by the mental command, was somehow more terrifying than the command itself. The glowing blue, white rectangle on the panel flickered once, twice, then faded completely, leaving behind the same seamless, light, devouring blackness as before. The low hum that had vibrated through my bones ceased. The crater was still. It was as if nothing had happened, but it had the psychic imprint of those words was seared into my memory, not as a sound heard, but as a truth felt. My scientific training, the logical framework upon which I had built my entire identity, was screaming at me to find a rational explanation. An auditory hallucination brought on by fatigue and dehydration. A bizarre piezoelectric effect from the strange rock and metal, somehow stimulating my auditory cortex. Every explanation felt thin, a pathetic attempt to patch a gaping hole that had been torn in the fabric of my reality. My heart rate began a slow, grudging descent from its frantic peak. I took a shaky breath, the air tasting of dust and a new, metallic tang I couldn't place. I was a scientist. Scientists observe, they document, they analyze. Fear is not a variable in the scientific method. Slowly, deliberately, I pushed myself off the rock wall and stood on the narrow ledge, my climbing harness the only thing tethering me to the known world. My gaze was fixed on the black panel. A tomb, a prison. The thought was ludicrous, the stuff of pulp science fiction, not a geological survey. And yet the feeling of ancient authority in that warning, the sheer weight of its conviction, felt more real than the rock under my feet. But then, the other part of my brain, the ambitious, relentless part that had driven me here against all advice, began to reassert itself. I had just made the single most important discovery in the history of humankind. This was it. This was the proof of extraterrestrial life. It was more than a fossilized microbe on Mars, or a strange radio signal from a distant star. This was technology, ancient and incomprehensible, buried on our own planet for a geological age. To run away now, to simply obey the warning without question, would be a betrayal of everything I was, everything I had worked for. No, I whispered, the sound swallowed by the immense space. This is for me. It's for everyone. The decision, once made, settled a strange calm over me. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now overshadowed by a burning, feverish curiosity. I had to know more. I treated the panel like a potentially unexploded bomb. I didn't touch it again. Instead, I retrieved my multi-tool and a portable spectrometer from my pack. My hands still trembled slightly as I worked, but the familiar routine of scientific procedure was a comfort. I held the spectrometer as close as I dared. The readings were nonsensical. The device cycled through every known element and alloy in its database, finding no match. It was as if the panel simply refused to be analyzed, its composition a complete and utter void in the known spectrum of matter. It was not made of anything from Earth. Next, I took out my camera, documenting the panel from every possible angle. I took close-ups of the surface, trying to capture the unnatural smoothness, the way it seemed to bend light around its edges. Through the camera lens, the blackness seemed to have depth, as if I were looking not at a solid surface, but into an infinite, starless night sky. A wave of vertigo washed over me, and I had to brace myself against the rock. As I worked, a subtle change began to creep into the atmosphere of the crater. The profound silence I had noted before was transforming. It was no longer empty. It felt occupied. The air grew heavy, charged with a static of anticipation. I kept glancing up at the sliver of blue sky visible from the crater's depths, half expecting to see it darken. I heard a noise, a faint, dry scraping from somewhere below me. I froze, listening. It was probably just a rock dislodged by the wind, a common sound in the canyons. But it came again, closer this time. A skittering, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across stone. Just the wind. I told myself, my voice lacking conviction. You're just spooked. I tried to focus on my work, logging my notes, describing the panel's dimensions, the impossible coldness, the flawless construction, but my focus was shattered. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to lengthen and twist when I wasn't looking directly at it. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague paranoia. It was a certainty. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, and the eye looking down at me was ancient and vast. My scientific curiosity was now at war with a primal, gut-wrenching instinct to flee. I decided on a compromise. One more test. I had to try to trigger the reaction again. If I could replicate the event, I could record it, analyze the light, measure the energy output. I needed more data. Taking a deep breath, I reached out a gloved hand toward the panel. My fingers hovered inches from the surface. The air crackled. I could feel the static on my skin, the hairs on my arms standing on end. I braced myself for the mental command, for the cold, impersonal warning. I touched it. The reaction was instantaneous, and it was nothing like before. The panel did not glow with a soft, blue-white light. It erupted in a furious blood, red glare that bathed the entire rock face in a hellish crimson. The vibration was not a low hum. It was a violent, jarring shudder that shot up my arm with the force of an electric shock, throwing me back against my ropes. But the worst part, the part that broke me, was the mental projection. There were no words this time. No commands, no warnings. There was only a raw, undiluted torrent of pure emotion. I was drowning in a psychic scream that had been raging for 60 million years. I felt an agony so profound it had no physical equivalent. I felt a rage that burned with the intensity of a dying star. And beneath it all, I felt a loneliness so complete, so absolute, that it was a form of madness in itself. It was the feeling of a god trapped in a box, aware of the universe turning outside, century after century, millennium after millennium, while it could do nothing but wait and hate. And this time it knew I was there. It was not an automated message. It was a consciousness, an intelligence, and it was focusing all of its ancient, suffocating malice directly on me. I felt it probing my mind, ripping through my memories, my fears, my ambitions with a contemptuous ease. I felt its surprise and then its amusement at my fragile, fleeting existence. I screamed. A raw, animal sound of pure terror. I scrambled away from the wall, clawing at the rock, my scientific detachment utterly incinerated. This wasn't a discovery. It was a desecration. I had not knocked on the door of a tomb. I had rattled the bars of a cage, holding something that should never, ever be set free. The first warning had been a kindness, a weary dismissal of an insect. This was a threat. My only thought was escape. Get out. Get to the sun. Get away from the watching, hating thing in the dark. I fumbled with my gear, my hands shaking so badly I could barely operate the clips. I abandoned my drill, my spectrometer, my precious rock samples. They meant nothing now. I began my ascent, pulling myself up the rope with frantic, desperate strength, not daring to look down. The climb felt impossibly long. The crimson glow from below had faded, plunging the crater back into shadow. But I could still feel the pressure of that malevolent consciousness on my back, a physical weight of pure hatred. I was about 30 feet up the wall when I felt it. A sudden, sickening slack in the rope. I gasped, my stomach lurching as I dropped a few inches before the secondary anchor caught me. I looked up. The primary anchor, a cam I had wedged deep into a solid crack in the sandstone, was visibly looser than before. It was impossible. I had said it myself. I had tested it. It should have been able to hold a truck. I started climbing again, faster this time, my panic escalating into hysteria. Then I felt something else. The rope sliding through my ascender felt slick. I paused, running my glove over the rope above me. It came away coated in a thick, viscous, black slime. It was odorless and cold, and it was the exact same color as the panel. It hadn't been there before. It was as if the rock itself was bleeding this substance onto my lifeline. I was halfway to the next rappel station, dangling 200 feet above the crater floor, when I looked down. In the deep gloom, I thought I saw movement. Not a rockfall. Something deliberate. A shadow detaching itself from the base of the wall where the panel was unfolding like a nightmare. My blood ran cold. The prison had taken notice, and it was not going to let me leave. Panic is a poor substitute for adrenaline. Adrenaline sharpens the senses, floods the body with purpose. Panic, however, is a wildfire in the mind, consuming all rational thought and leaving only the black ash of terror. Dangling 200 feet in the air, with my rope compromised and a nightmare unfolding from the shadows below, I was consumed by it. My blood ran cold, a glacial flow of pure dread. The shadow at the base of the wall didn't just move, it uncoiled. It was a patch of darkness that defied the logic of light and shade, peeling itself away from the rock face like old tape. It was utterly black, a void in the shape of a man, but elongated, distorted, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. It had no features, yet I felt its gaze lock onto me, a gaze of infinite, patient malice. That was the last I allowed myself to look. I screamed, choked, desperate sound, and threw myself into the climb. My technique was gone, replaced by a frantic, animal scrabbling. My arms and legs burned with lactic acid, but the psychic pressure from below was a far more potent fuel. It was a physical force, a wave of pure hatred pushing up at me, trying to peel me from the rock. The black slime was everywhere now. It oozed from unseen cracks in the sandstone, coating my rope, my gloves, my gear. It was slick and greasy, and my grip began to fail. My ascender, a piece of precision engineering I had trusted with my life 1,000 times, slipped on the contaminated rope. I fell 5 feet before it, caught again with a sickening jolt that rattled my teeth. So fragile, a voice whispered in my mind. It was not the cold command from before, nor the raw scream of emotion. This was different. It was soft, insidious, and laced with a terrible, seductive logic. Such a short, pointless struggle. All this effort just to die tired. Let go. It will be so much faster. No, I grunted, the word torn from my lungs. I forced myself to move, hand over hand, my muscles screaming in protest. The shadow was climbing too. I didn't need to look to know. I could feel its progress in the waves of cold that washed over me, in the scraping sounds that seemed to come from right behind my heels. I reached the next anchor station, a small ledge where I was supposed to transition to the next rope. My hands, slick with the black ooze, fumbled with the carabiners. They were stiff, the metal cold and unresponsive, as if the slime was corroding them from the inside. Why do you run? The voice purred, closer now, as if it were whispering directly into my ear. I can give you answers. I have watched galaxies be born and die. I have seen the beginning of time and I know how it will end. Your science is a child's drawing. Next to the tapestry I could show you. All you have to do is stop. For a horrifying second, I hesitated. The promise of such knowledge was the ultimate temptation, the very reason I had dedicated my life to science. My fingers stilled on the cold metal of the carabiner. What was my life, my fear, compared to understanding the universe? Then I felt it again, the raw, undiluted agony of its imprisonment, the burning rage. The knowledge it offered would not be a gift. It would be a curse, a glimpse into a reality, so horrifying it would shatter my mind. It didn't want to teach me. It wanted to break me. The realization was a splash of ice water, with a surge of renewed terror. I ripped the final anchor free and launched myself onto the next section of the rope. I didn't stop, didn't rest. I climbed with the singular, desperate focus of prey fleeing a predator. The voice in my head screamed in frustration. The seductive whispers, replaced by psychic shards of my own worst fears. My father's disappointed face, the condescending smirks of my colleagues. The lonely, empty future I had always secretly dreaded. It was a brutal, intimate assault, but it no longer held any power over me. There was no room for any fear, but the one climbing up the rope behind me. The final 50 feet were the worst. The crater rim was so close, a sliver of brilliant, sun-drenched rock against the blue sky. It was a promise of safety, of sanity. But the entity knew it was losing me. The pressure on my mind intensified to a deafening roar. The rock face itself seemed to conspire against me, handholds crumbling under my touch, the black slime gushing from the cracks in thick, pulsing streams. My fingers were numb, my arms were lead, but I kept going. I was no longer climbing, I was crawling, pulling my body upward by sheer force of will. With a final, agonized heave, I hooked one arm over the edge of the crater rim. The solid, sun-warmed rock was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. I clawed my way forward, dragging my body out of the abyss and onto the flat ground. I collapsed onto the dusty earth, gasping, sobbing, my body shaking uncontrollably. I lay there for what could have been minutes or an hour, the blessed, ordinary sunlight warming my skin, the silence of the desert a soothing balm on my shredded nerves. I had made it. I was alive. I was safe. Slowly, I pushed myself up and looked back into the crater. From here, it was just a hole in the ground, a geological curiosity. There was no sign of the shadow, no trace of the black slime. The depths were silent. The prison was sealed once more. But I knew better. Stumbling like a drunkard, I made my way back to my camp. My tent, my equipment, my neatly organized notes. They seemed like relics from another lifetime. The artifacts of a Nave woman who had thought the universe could be understood with a hammer and a spectrometer. My only thought now was to record what had happened, to warn them. I grabbed my satellite phone first. No signal. The battery was full. The device was functioning perfectly, but it could not find a network. A cold dread began to seep back into my veins. I turned to my laptop, my fingers flying across the keyboard, my scientific objectivity replaced by a frantic need to get the story down. This document, the one you are reading now, is the result of that frenzy. I have been writing for hours. The sun is setting, painting the canyon walls in hues of orange and blood. And the fear is returning. Because I've started to notice things. There's a thin, black residue on my keyboard. The water in my bottle has a faint, metallic taste. And the silence is no longer comforting. It's the same heavy, occupied silence from the bottom of the crater. I made a mistake. A terrible, fatal mistake. I thought the prison was the crater. I thought the walls of rock were its cage. But the prison was never the rock. The prison was the panel, the small, black, seamless box. The crater was just the vault they built to hold it. And I didn't just knock on the door. I opened it. I touched it. I let it touch me. The entity is not trapped down there. It was never about escaping the crater. It was about finding a new vessel, a new prison. One that can walk and talk and travel. One that can be carried out of the desert and back into a world full of people. The sun has gone down now. It is completely dark. I can hear a sound outside my tent. A dry, scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across the sand. My shadow, cast by the light of my laptop screen, is flickering on the tent wall. It's stretching. Its limbs are bending at impossible angles. It's not my shadow anymore. This is my final entry. My name is Dr. Eva Rostova. I came here to prove a theory. I was wrong. This is not an impact crater. It is a tomb. And now it is empty.